Awesome Lomo.
Masithandaze. Almighty God, where you have called us to govern this province, we ask your help to make decisions and laws that will be just and will promote the interests of our people. On magtige God, ons bid dat u gedrende ons vergadering. Ons dienodege wysheid sal gee en ons motiewe suiwer sal hou. En dat u ons sal help om ons te kotkomenge te oorkom. En al ons besluite aan u op te dra. Sikelela Nkosi ilizwe lethu nabantu balo. Umisele Nkosi ukulunga kwiphondo lethu. Nkosi sikelela iAfrika. Gcina abantwana bayo. Khokela Nkosi iinkokheli zayo. Inike uxolo Nkosi iAfrika. All this we beg in your most holy name. Amen. You may all be seated. Order, honorable members, and welcome to this important sitting of the House. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, having just had the privilege of opening our proceedings today with a multi-denominational prayer, and mindful of the most cherished basic human rights of freedom, especially the freedom of religion, I would like to recognize the ongoing conflict between the people of Israel and the people of Palestine, and the resultant and tragic loss of life. Honorable members, please join me in observing a moment of silence to mourn this loss of life on both sides of the conflict, and to pray for a speedy and amicable solution to this very complex and, of course, a protracted dispute between Israel and Palestine. Honorable members, while we mourn the loss of life due to this dispute, we equally mourn the tragic loss of life of 13 lives due to the tragic mass shooting that have occurred in Kailicha recently. Will the honorable members kindly join me in observing a moment of silence in this regard? Let us please rise. May their souls rest in peace. Please be seated. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. We are going to proceed in the same fashion as we conduct our meetings that we pursue virtually, especially given the fact that we've got a hybrid session. I recognize the honored members in the virtual platform. I must say that I'm sitting here with my right of the House, with the Honorable Premier, Honorable Van der Vestes, and Honorable Minister Bredel, Honorable Minister Simas, and Honorable Bartman. So thank you very much for making sure that the Speaker does not sit here alone. It feels humbling to have you present here. So the honorable members in the gallery, in the virtual platform, please do not speak unless you have been recognized by the presiding officer. And of course, we do so in line with the directives issued by me since the beginning of lockdown, and we continue to do so even at this day and age. May I request also the members that are joining us from the Fourth Estate, the members of the media, please do not activate your microphone and do not activate your camera. You only do so joining us because you are part of the important task of democracy and ensuring that there's checks and balances and press freedom. So you must do your business, conduct your affairs consistent with what you do when you are otherwise seated here up in the gallery. So that is the manner in which we are connected here today. Honorable members, I am going to also further request that the honorable members who wish to raise a point of order, please do so orderly, and there is a chamber, there is a chat room which you can also indicate that you want to speak, and the presiding officer will recognize you. At this point, thank you very much. The Deputy Speaker will take here forward. I will see you again later. Is the Deputy Speaker ready? The Deputy Speaker ready? All right. Chief Whip, I recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move without notice that the debate be given precedence.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable members, are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. Thank you very much. Honorable members, I'm now going to give an opportunity to the Deputy Speaker to take here forward. I will see you later. Thank you.
Afternoon, honourable members. We will now proceed with the subject for discussion in the name of Honourable America.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank you for agreeing to this debate, but it is appropriate for us at this stage to pause and assess where we are insofar as the state of municipalities in the Western Cape is. I want to quote the words that were immortalized by Charles Dickens in his novel, A Tale of Two Cities. We live in the best of times and the worst of time. Sadly, some of our people live in the best of towns and others live in the worst of towns. Allow me to challenge the ANC to offer one example of a municipality governed by them that offers a better life for all. With load shedding upon us, it is only testimony of ANC mismanagement. But again, it reminds us of those municipalities in the Western Cape that have outstanding debt with Eskom. They're all governed by the ANC. Let us not forget the outstanding debts of ANC municipalities of Beaufort West, Cederberg, Kannaland, and Matsukama. In total, the collective debt owed is nearly over R1 million. No DA-run municipality in the Western Cape owes Eskom any money. When the ANC wanted to actually spend its money in the right areas in Kannaland, there is no money left to do so. After being under financial administration since 2018, the Kannaland municipality, with an ANC-ICOSA coalition, was willing to spend 735 million rand on a questionable electricity outsourcing deal. If it weren't for Minister Predel's action, this highly problematic scheme would have plunged the municipality into turmoil and cemented a future of decline. Despite our relentless efforts, Deputy Speaker, to root out corruption and maladministration, our tasks are often frustrated by municipalities not under DA control. A recent example, the ANC-controlled Matsikama municipality proceeded to appoint an acting municipal manager who had been released on bail and stand accused of fraud, corruption, and money laundering. This is in addition to the SIU investigation for alleged PPE corruption. In the Cederberg municipality, this SIU found that the ANC's appointed municipal manager, who had been charged with defeating the ends of justice, allegedly instructed municipal employees not to cooperate with investigations. This is in addition to the corruption and fraud charges laid against a former speaker who happens to be a member of this house, this legislature. And the mismanagement doesn't stop there. Beaufort West is the worst performing administration in the province with a rating of just 18%. This explains why the Department of Human Settlements had to send a second letter of demand for the immediate return of 1.9 million rand it provided so that external toilets could be upgraded in the area. In these towns, our people live in the worst of towns under ANC governance. Where our people live in the best of towns, they're all governed by the DA. Deputy Speaker, the Ratings Africa's recent report shows that the city of Cape Town remains South Africa's only metropolitan municipality to be in good standing and financially sustainable. Aside from Cape Town, national government would need to spend over 50 billion rand to cover the cash deficits across municipalities. Deputy Speaker, the Western Cape is committed to promote dignity amongst our people. We continue to provide a series of safety nets for those in need and make sure that the rights to basic services remains intact. In the Western Cape, our municipalities lead in all consumer unit metrics relating to receiving free basic water, electricity, sewage sanitation, and solid waste management services. This shows that we are a caring government, despite what the opposition might say. Not only does this prove that our administrations are efficient and deliver on its promise, but further shows the commitment to caring and pro-poor governance. Deputy Speaker, many people have lost hope and due to poverty have been deprived of their dignity. To this end, the City of Cape Town continues its COVID-19 relief to communities. Over the past year, the City of Cape Town has allocated more than 39 million rand to an emergency food relief program, going above and beyond their municipal mandate to assist those who have fallen on hard times due to the global pandemic and national lockdown. Over 262 soup kitchens have benefited from this program, and more than 200,000 residents now receive a warm meal daily. The Deputy Speaker, following the storms in the Overberg, much needed support in the form of road rehabilitation, emergency services, and humanitarian support are local and district municipalities in partnerships with Agri-Western Cape, the private sector, gift of the givers and residents ensure that those who were worst affected by the storms received much needed assistance and that casualties were kept to an absolute minimum. Deputy Speaker, the sad reality in local government is that there are a number of allegations relating to fraud, corruption and maladministration being reported. To strengthen the capacity to investigate and expedite investigations into allegations of fraud and corruption, an additional 8.6 million rand over the medium term is budgeted by the provincial department. As a result of our zero tolerance approach to corruption, 45% of the country's clean audits are concentrated within the Western Cape. The Auditor General explains that this success is owed to proper processes of checks and balances have been formalized in administrations and is reinforced by the presence of decisive leadership and practices which work to prevent corruption. Deputy Speaker, heading to the polls later this year, residents have one of the most important decisions to make. If we are to properly recover from this pandemic and look towards a more hopeful future, the decision isn't just about loyalty to one brand. It is equally not about continuing a tradition or being lured by unattainable promises by smaller parties. Rather, it is about making a mark that serves to build a courageous legacy for our children, starting right at the grassroots of government. How each of us vote this year contributes to our recovery across communities, neighbourhoods, and at all municipalities. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognise Honourable Doug Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Honourable Doug Moore.
Thank you very much. Deputy Speaker, the ANC welcomes this debate today on local government in our province. But we are disturbed that the very member who brings this debate, the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Local Government, Honourable America, is the very person who has unlawfully and unconstitutionally refused to convene the Standing Committee to discuss the Bredell dossier that has been provided to him, which contains very serious allegations of unlawful interference by himself and his department in the affairs of local government, and also alleged collusion with certain members of the Hawks. Speaker and Premier, this is scandalous. We appeal to you to intervene and protect the right of this legislature to perform its oversight role. We give notice that we will approach the
1 minute, Honourable Member. There's a point of order. Honourable Wenger, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Could you advise, according to the rules, if one member would like to would like to inform the House of any improper motives of another member, that should be done by a substantive motion? Would you assist us in that respect?
That's quite correct, Honourable Doug Moore. You do know the rules that you do have to bring a substantive motion if there's any accusation of maladministration or any collusion whatsoever to the House, please.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Are you referring to the allegations against Honourable America, which are very serious and scandalous, or are you referring to the allegations against MEC Bredell, which are equally serious?
I'm referring to Honourable America, Honourable Doug Moore, because you need to bring a substantive motion with regards to that accusation you've made. In terms of Honourable Minister Bredell, that's already been debated in this House. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Deputy Speaker, I would like to also indicate that we are now forced to ask the National Council of Provinces to hold a public hearing on the Bredell dossier and request that the NCOP summons Honorable America to explain his shameful behavior. It is clear that since the beginning of the 6th administration, we have highlighted the need for attention to be given to our municipalities, which remain at the coalface of the delivery of basic services to our people. But there should be little doubt that this debate today on local government is merely, as Honourable Member America has proved, a petty point-scoring exercise. Let me be very clear from the side of the ANC that any official or any councillor or any public rep who breaches the law should face the full might of the law, obviously having the right to defend themselves in a court of law. And that is our position. He also makes a snide comment, and I noticed, Deputy Speaker, that the Chief Whip didn't object to his snide comment about Honourable Member Danville Smith. And it's public knowledge that Danville Smith has followed the ANC guidelines. He has stepped aside and he will defend himself in the court case that he is facing. And that is where the truth will come out. That was clearly also a case of attempting to cast aspersions on another member. I see the Chief Whip has raised another point of order. I hope my time is being respected.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chief Whip. Is that a new hand?
It is, but it's not a point of order. I'd like to know if the honourable member will take a question.
No.
You have it, Honourable Chief Whip. You may proceed, Honourable Dugmore.
Honourable America comes to this House and basically misleads this House by claiming 735 million rand on an energy project in Kanlan. Everyone knows that no contracts had been signed at the time of the court case brought by MEC Bradell. And in fact, NCOP members and members of this House will tell you that since the recovery plan in the Kanlan municipality, the finances there have been stabilized. In fact, there were more people appointed in the office of the DA speaker in Kanlan than there were appointed when a new coalition between the ANC and ICOSA took over. And we suddenly see this energy projects being supported, which is basically money for consultants that will not produce a kilowatt of power. And suddenly, having championed this notion of the energy project in Kanlan, it is suddenly now something that no one wants to touch, including Honourable Bartman, who was very actively in support of that project at one stage. So let's then actually look at the facts. It's not surprising that the DA continues to lose by-elections. We support clean audits, but actually what Member America is missing is the actual impact on the poor, rural and urban working class people of this. You can go into Khayelitsha now, into Philippi, you look at the absolute flooding, the fact that the city has not replaced stormwater drainage. Why did he not, for instance, talk about the DA councillor who basically was going to be arrested by the Hawks for alleged corruption in regard to food parcels? He doesn't mention that. He doesn't mention that Xanthia Limburg, who clearly cannot prove what is on her CV. She has not been suspended, but member Madikizela is no longer even a member of this House. What about the mayor of Saldanha, who still hasn't produced his so-called MBA? He remains in his office. This is a party of double standards that protects one cabal, mainly the cabal of the elite and privileged and mainly white members of the DA, and has a different set of rules at local government. That is the kind of DA that we are dealing with. We know that we had a mere reprimand by the Honourable Premier in regard to MEC Bradell's behavior and the finding of the public protector in regard to unethical behavior. And when a mere 2 months later, the Honourable Premier was faced with a finding by the same public protector against another member of his cabinet to have willfully made false and misleading statements to this House, there was again no censure from the Premier or the Speaker for that matter. Instead, the Premier, taking drastic steps against his former MEC Madikizela, suspended his action, suspended him. It's clear that we've referred to Member Limburg, and the DA, through Honourable America, has the audacity to come into this House and try and convince us that they are an ethical party. It's a joke, Honorable America. The people can see it, and that's why the DA in this province and elsewhere is a sinking ship. It is a sinking ship because it wants to talk about clean audits, but failed to clean up Mitchell's Plain and Khayelitsha, failed to deal with failing infrastructure. And now, because of the questions we are asking in this House, the City of Cape Town doesn't even want to respond to those questions that we put to MEC Bredell. This just shows, like you, Honorable Member America, you don't want accountability, you don't want oversight, but you will see—
Point of order, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable Dugmore, take your seat. What's your point of order, Chief
I
Whip?
am seated. I am seated. I am
The
seated.
honourable member is not.
Speaker, I am seated. I am seated.
Honourable Dugmore, I know. Thank you. Thank you. Over to you, Honourable Chief Whip.
Thank you. I'd like to raise a point of order that the Honourable Syed is often on the floor for, and to remind the Honourable Dugmore that should not refer to a member as you, but rather via the chair, please.
Thank you. I trust Honourable Dugmore, a seasoned politician, will be able to continue doing so. Thank you very much. Honourable Dugmore, may I also just
Yes,
heed
I
you?
was referring to Honourable America, whose disgraceful conduct in this House in failing to honour oversight is the matter that I've been raising. I want to
Point
then
of
talk
order.
about—
Honourable Dugmore, I was just busy. I'm sure you didn't hear me, but I just want to heed the call on Rule 60, which is the reflection upon decisions that have already been made in the House in less than 6 months. We have concluded the matter on Honourable Minister Anton Bredell. So please do take care. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With due respect, the dossier on MEC Bredell, Honourable Bredell, which has been presented to Member America and has been asked to convene a hearing, contains a whole lot of other information which he refuses to convene the committee to discuss. That's the point I'm making. So those issues have not been discussed in this House. We have heard the silence in regard to the Swellendam Council, once again a DA mayor, Myburg, that they took a decision on wind turbines in the Swellendam area. And there was utter silence from 2 DA councils in particular because they had interests in the farms where the turbines were going to be elected. They didn't declare those interests. Silence from MEC Bredell. If this DA administration was serious about lifestyle audits, they would do them for DA mayors as well. Yet we have heard utter silence on these matters. In Theewaterskloof, the same DA shenanigans continue with DA nepotism and cronyism through the appointments of consultants and acting municipal managers. MEC Bredell refuses to act when there was no quorum when the Theewaterskloof municipal manager was appointed. And once again, this is a situation, honourable members and Deputy Speaker, where a better qualified, more experienced black female candidate was not appointed compared to the person who was appointed, who happens to be white and male. But the MEC refuses to look at the issue of the quorum in regard to this particular appointment.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognise Honourable Minister Simmers.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, Honourable Cabinet colleagues, Honourable members present, and Honourable guests who are also logged in virtually. Deputy Speaker, a more appropriate topic one could not have asked for, and it is for this reason that I would really like to thank the sponsor, Honourable Derek America, for proposing this debate, which I do need to remind the certain members, it's about the status of local municipalities in the Western Cape. Die sekere lede in die DA nie, moet ek benadruk. Now, Deputy Speaker, majority of municipalities in the Western Cape have and continue to show that they are head and shoulders above what is being experienced by many citizens across the country. Ons almal weet, die beste munisipaliteit in die land is natuurlijk van ons provincie. Om meer spesifiek te wees, van die Suid-Kaap, en sy naam is Mosselbaai. Wie is aanbewind, en net van geval seker nog wonder wie aanbewind is, die Democratische Alliantie. 'n Party wat weet hoe om te regeer, sonder om te lieg en te bedrieg. 'n Party vir wie die mense van die provinsie en die land werklik saak maak en ten alle tye 'n prioriteit voor is. Terloops, hierdie is ook die munisipaliteit waar een van ons vlagskipbuisingsprojekte tans ontwikkel word, namelijk die Mountain View project. This project, which commenced in July 2019, with a budget of 297 million rand forms part of our integrated residential development program. It will ensure that the lives of more than 1,000 people, which excludes the extended families, will be improved when it is completed by July 2022. These housing opportunities, where people from all walks of life, creeds, cultures, languages, sexual orientations, and with different incomes, will live together in one community. Die inwoners van Mosselbaai word saamgebring deur hierdie projek, agbare Deputy Speaker, omdat daar nou 'n samewerking is tussen die provinsiale regering en die welbestuurde plaaslike DA-beheerde munisipaliteit onder andere. Ons albei weet en verstaan as vennote dat dit oor die inwoners gaan en nie oor ons eie belang nie, soos ongelukkig in baie ANC-beheerde munisipaliteite. So kan ek verder ook voorbeelde maak van George en Swellendam, waar ons juist onlangs huise oorhandig het. Grootmaatdienste was wel 'n kwessie op George, maar dit was en word steeds aangespreek, want beide munisipaliteite is daarop ingestel om ons mense se lewens te verbeter. Kaapagallus is nog 'n uitstekende voorbeeld en met hulle word die uitgestelde eienaarskap loodsprogram tans getoets. Deputy Speaker, baie ander ongelooflike voorbeelde kan van my tong afvloei. Maar wat hier saak maak, is dat wanneer daar tussen die verskillende regeringssfere saamgewerk word vordering gemaak, dienste word gelewer vir almal en die standaard van die inwoner se lewens verbeter onmiddellik en drasties. Deputy Speaker, sadly the same cannot be said for a few municipalities in this province. Just in the past financial year, we've seen how the likes of Matsikama could not spend a single cent, even though they had an allocation of 5 million rand for housing. Housing opportunities in that municipality is lost. In Rai, wie regeer daar? Die ANC. In Cedarburg, whose council since 2019 I've really tried to engage with, could only spend in the last financial year a mere 18%. Their target was to deliver 100 top structures. How many was delivered? Rai wat? No. Wie regeer? Die ANC. Pito is another municipality where the expenditure was 32% and they could only deliver 27 top structures out of a target of 112. And guess who the majority party there is in the coalition? The ANC. In fact, all the municipalities that are lagging behind in the delivery of housing opportunities across our province are led by the ANC or where the ANC is the majority coalition partner. And this is a fact, because where they do govern, there's a lack of capacity, a lack of coordination within their municipalities, because they can't even provide for bulk
Point of order, Chair.
required to unlock human settlement
1
development.
minute, Honourable Minister. Can I ask sorry, my computer's gone on hold, if you can just sort that out. Who's on the point of order? Honourable Said, there I see you. What's your point of order?
Sorry, it was not a point of order, my mistake. It's a question. I want to ask a question to the Honourable Simmons on who voted for the ANC now recently in Bito. Is he willing to take a question?
Honourable Minister, you want to take a question?
Put it in writing, thank you.
Put it in writing, Honourable Member. Thank you very
Will
much. You may
do.
proceed, Honourable Simmons.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, and where the ANC governs, we also see poor contract management. The implications thereof is late submissions of applications and supporting documentation to enable that human settlements can evaluate and assess projects for their readiness or even for approval. Everything that you would require the local authority to have in place, they do not have in place. They do not even have the ability to govern in the bulk of the municipalities. My advies aan hierdie ANC en ANC koalisie vrotbeheerde appel munisipaliteite wat ons provinsie se naam swak maak, is kom steek 'n bietjie kers op by ons en leer hoe om te regeer. Maar julle moet nie eens ver gaan kyk nie. Op die Weskus is die Bergrivier munisipaliteit, jy het Swartland. Hulle kan vir u wys hoe om te regeer en om u munisipaliteit areas om te draai. Loer ook dalk sommer 'n bietjie daarin by Drakensberg, Stellenbosch of Witzenberg. Daar kan u baie lesse leer hoe om goed op tyd ook in te dien in die belang van die mense. As you can see, Deputy Speaker, through our collective efforts with our partners at local government, we are ensuring that our people can ultimately benefit from where we forge ahead together. Deputy Speaker, as a government, as a provincial government here, but also with our partners at local government, we have consistently demonstrated our ability to deliver and perform, and at times outperform targets. This is something we remain committed to, as our priority is the people of the Western Cape, nie onze sakke met tenders nie. Deputy Speaker, the DA difference is that we actually do deliver. Ons sit in dagdromie en dink nuwe planne uit nie. I'd like to say to the residents across this province that you can experience a similar difference and an improvement in your lives. Let's rid ourselves from the ANC, its alliance partners and those alike. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister Simmers. I now recognise Honourable Heron.
MEC of Titlebit.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it really astounds me that the speakers from the DA ignore what has happened in Atlantis today on a debate about local government. It astounds me that they don't deviate from their speech and deal with a food relief scheme scandal that I alerted the Premier and the MEC for local government in April last year about. And it's now coming to play today, the day that we're debating the state of Western Cape municipalities, and in which the DA speakers would like to brag about the City of Cape Town's feeding scheme, the same feeding scheme that is under investigation for fraud and money laundering. Deputy Speaker, when the AG released his last municipal audit results report, he said that we should focus on how firm steps are going to be taken to restore the integrity of these institutions. But in this province, we have an MEC responsible for local government who has demonstrated over and over again that he's not prepared to take firm steps if this doesn't align with the interests of his party. In fact, the MEC was found to have undermined the integrity of the George municipality when he interfered on behalf of the DA in the appointment of a senior manager. And the MEC was not prepared to take firm steps when his own mayor of Oudtshoorn was reporting corruption and maladministration. The MEC protected the municipal manager, fired the mayor, and tried to convince the DA caucus to suggest to him that he places the municipality under his administration. And we observed lately that the MEC is permitting the City of Cape Town to refuse to answer questions about good governance. The correlation between the failure of integrity and the failure and inability to take firm steps and the failure of leadership is plain for all to see when we see that the three municipalities who are contributing the most to irregular expenditure in this province are the City of Cape Town with 950 million rand, George with 621 million rand, and Oudtshoorn with 170 million rand, the three municipalities that the MEC will not intervene in.
Thank you, Honourable Heron. Your time is up. Thank you very much. I now recognise Honourable Member Bartman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I was going to start with telling the House about the Rating Africa report, which indicates that for the past 5 years, the Western Cape has essentially scored the highest out of all provinces when it comes to financial sustainability. And Deputy Speaker, I was going to go on in a lengthy debate later on about the new green vehicles in terms of energy and the vehicles that the DTIC has put a new green paper out, and to encourage residents to submit their comments for these electric vehicles. But given that we are now on the issue of the Kannaland Energy Project, Deputy Speaker, I would just like to remind colleagues that in my first communication about Kannaland, and I quote, I indicated that we must continue to monitor this development when it comes to the Innovashow project. And if colleagues remember correctly, in Scopa, and Minister Bradell was at that Scopa meeting, I was quoted to say, quote, why would Kannaland municipality, which is under administration, want to continue with a project that they know they do not have the finances or capacity to implement? And the reason that there is no contract is because the court said that you cannot sign the contract. So I'm not sure if the member Dugmore, Deputy Speaker, knows how court procedures work. But perhaps, you know, Deputy Speaker, listening and reading is a skill. But with that, Deputy Speaker, I would like to speak about the new Municipal Energy Resilience Project, which the Department of Economic Development and Tourism with the Department of Local Government has launched with our respective municipalities. And it is critical that energy security is brought to the Western Cape to protect and support our local businesses. And this is why, through the MER project, the province has allocated 48.8 million rand over the MTEF period, with another 20 million rand ring fence in the provincial reserves, so that the Western Cape can become the first province to beat load shedding. This is a provincial intervention which aims to support local governments in the Western Cape to buy,
Point of order.
electricity.
And Honourable Bartman, who's raising a point of order?
It's Member Dugmore, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Dugmore, what's your point of order?
My point of order is I would like to ask whether Honourable Bartman would accept a question about how many kilowatts of power are going to be produced by these municipalities.
Honourable Bartman, would you like to answer the question?
Deputy Speaker, I will answer the question. If Member Dugmore attends some of the committee meetings on time and not ask the same questions that his colleagues already asked and answered, he would know that in terms of the MER project, the experts have now been appointed to assist the following municipalities with their respective documentation and
answer the question.
IPPs. No, Deputy Speaker, I'm busy answering my
Order,
question.
please.
Answer
Order.
the question.
Order. Honourable Bartman has the freedom to answer as she so wish in terms of her question. I cannot intervene on that, Honourable Dugmore. You may proceed, Honourable Bartman.
These municipalities are Drakensberg, Mossel Bay, Overstrand, Saldanha Bay, Stellenbosch, and Swartland, as well as the city of Cape Town Metro. Now, one cannot just implement an IPP. It takes time to implement that IPP, and you need resources and capacity to ensure that your documents are in order, that your application is correct, that you have the technical expertise and the ability to implement. Unlike ANC municipalities across South Africa, we don't just implement and then find out we do not have the ability to do so. We first make sure our research and evidence is correct, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Bartman, just take a seat for a second. I see Honourable Mitchell. Is your hand up? And then I see Honourable Nkondlo.
Yes, yes, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I want to raise a point of order. And Honourable Dugmore has done it, and before him, Honourable Syed as well. They proceed to ask the question whether the member has indicated that they would accept or take the question. Can I please ask that you rule and caution all members to not continue in that fashion, because otherwise we make a mockery of the rules.
Thank you. Noted, Honourable Deputy Chief Whip. Honourable Syed, you'll have to wait. I see Honourable Nkondlo first. Honourable Nkondlo, what is your point of order?
No, it's also asking a question in the interest of listening is a skill. If Honourable Bartman can answer how many kilowatts will be produced from these municipalities that she has read.
Honourable Nkondlo, we're not going to do a Q&A now. We're in the middle of a debate. So I really don't want this to be a test subject on whether we are conveying the amount of knowledge or not. We are in the middle of a debate, and Honourable Bartman has the freedom and privilege to argue her point in whatever matter she so chooses. So I'm going to overrule that. I note what Honourable Deputy Chief Whip is saying, and I'm now recognising Honourable Syed.
Chair, thank you very much for recognizing me, Chair. Chair, just on what the Honourable Deputy Chief Whip has said, just a point of correction. And I think you need to listen carefully as to how myself and Member Dugmore crafted what we said. We did not go ahead and ask the questions. We asked if we can ask a question about a particular matter. So we need to really listen attentively before we want to drive the chair of the session towards a particular ruling. Let's listen attentively and then make a determination. Thank you.
I fully understand what you're saying, Honourable Syed, but if Honourable Bartman chooses to ignore the way you ask the question and answer it in her own way, she has the rights and privileges to do that. So I can't rule on her not answering you in the way you may perceive. You may proceed, Honourable Bartman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And again, listening is a skill. If one does not know whether one can implement an IPP,
Honourable
one will
Bartman,
not know.
I do apologise. There are two hands up. I am going to take Honourable Mackenzie first. Honourable Fernandes, I apologise if you were first. I have not seen. Honourable Mackenzie.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, thank you. Honourable Nkondo did exactly the same thing which a member side now saying he didn't do. When one asks a question, you ask if you can ask a question, not include the question in that.
Absolutely noted. Thank you very much. Honourable Fernandes, order.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, can you hear me loud and clear?
I can.
I think on a point of order, the rules are very clear. The question is put, will the member take a question? It stops there. You do not go on and ask the question. Once the member has indicated, yes, I will, or no, I won't, then you proceed to ask the
Honourable
question.
Nkondo, you can't shout over the microphone. I'm listening to Honourable Fernandes. You may proceed, Honourable
But
Minister.
you're not recognizing me. I've said point of order, you're not recognizing me.
Because we have a minister in the middle of a conversation. If you put your hand up, I will recognize you. I'd like Honourable Fernandes to finish what she is saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My point was just the question. The member has to put the question which says, will the honourable member take a question, period. Then the member has the right to say yes or no, and then the question gets posed. The question cannot be weaved into, will the member take a question, and then the question actually gets asked. That is irregular in terms of the rules. So I do think you need to rule on it, because it is a trend that is surfacing, and there are regular members who pose their questions in such a way that even though the other member says no, the question is still hanging in the air. So it requires a ruling, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Much. Honourable Nkondo, I see your hand up.
Honourable Deputy Chair, what are the rules saying on a matter that you have already ruled on? You are allowing both Member Mackenzie and now Honourable Fernandes to continue on a matter that you have already ruled on. And I think this is out of order and demonstrate bias from yourself, because already the matter was ruled on and you continue allowing them to raise their hands and speak on a matter that you have ruled on, unless there is a change of rules.
Honourable Nkondo, I haven't actually ruled on. I said I noted to the Deputy Chief Whip, but I will rule on that now, that we will no longer pose questions to the members who are speaking without allowing a pause for members to be able to answer a yes or a no. I would like to proceed, otherwise we are going to be wasting a lot of time. May I proceed and allow Honourable Marais, I see your hand is up.
Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. I think we should get order in this House. If a member breaks the rule and he didn't ask whether a minister will take a question, it means whatever he asked should not be an official question, not agreed to by the Speaker, and it shouldn't be in Hansard then. So I want to request the Chair to rule on this. If I get up and accuse you of something or ask a question without having got permission to ask it from that member or the Chair, does it have a right to appear in Hansard, or should it be left out?
Honourable Marais, I have just ruled on the matter. I will not allow any further baiting of questions and answers in the debate. Thank you. May I proceed? Honourable Bartman, you may proceed.
Ooh, dankie, Deputy Speaker. But regtig waar, listening is a skill. You see, Deputy Speaker, unlike ANC municipalities across this country, research and evidence for DA municipalities are important. If Tanisara municipality goes and just implements an IPP, then I can tell you how many kilowatts is going to be. But along the line, your public participation, your contracts, what the technical details is in terms of the experts, is going to be wrong. You can't just put up an IPP overnight. In the DA municipalities, we do things right, and that is why we have the Municipal Energy Resilience Project to ensure that we do things right. But Deputy Speaker, the DA in the Western Cape remains committed to leveraging every opportunity for economic recovery and growth of the Western Cape economy in order to support the growth of jobs, to support dignity and the safety of all residents in the province. And when it comes to the opportunities that are available to us, I would like to encourage every resident, to encourage every stakeholder, whether in the public or the private sector in the Western Cape, to submit their comments and views on the recently released DTIC Auto Green Paper on the advancement of new energy vehicles in South Africa, which will focus on the production of electric vehicles. The Mossel Bay municipality has already started years ago doing research on creating an environment for electric vehicles in order to grow their local economy. In Laingsburg municipality, you already have a Jaguar electric vehicle charging point on the N1 there in front of the Wimpy. So let us as community submit our comments on this paper. Deputy Speaker, further, when it comes to our municipalities, we are committed to skills and we are committed to ensure that the informal trading sector is able to have the freedom of trade. On the 6th of November 2020, the BPO Academy at the College of Cape Town launched its official opening, which aimed to provide opportunities for young people to gain the necessary skills to graduate into exciting careers within the BPO sector, a fast-growing sector, the first of its kind and endorsed by the Service SETA. The City of Cape Town specifically is also supporting the BPO sector and this academy by contributing 55 million rand over the next 3 years for jobs training and placement in call center companies, which has led to the launch of the BPO Academy as well. The sector created 7,354 additional jobs in the Western Cape last year and is one of only 2 sectors that was able to do so. The provincial government is further working with its work and skills program, creating 1,166 full-time jobs in the BPO sector and has allocated an additional 98.8 million rand over the MTEF period to provide 3,000 unemployed youth with learning opportunities in the sector. And Deputy Speaker, I want to go further and congratulate the City of Cape Town, because recently, when it comes to our informal traders, municipalities in the Western Cape have been partnering to uplift and empower this important sector. The City of Cape Town Council has recently approved a revised informal trading plan for the Athlone CBD, and this revised plan will see 72 informal trading opportunities being created along Old Klipfontein Road. This plan will support a vibrant local economy and further economic growth in the area. And I welcome Alderman Twig from the City of Cape Town's comments that, quote, informal trading provides an income to those who are unemployed and affords locals with the freedom to support either local or traditional formal sector retail options. And I wholeheartedly support the view of this sector. Further, Deputy Speaker, recently in my own constituency in Laingsburg, the Department of Economic Development and Tourism has completed the build of an informal trading center, which houses 4 very proud local informal traders from the community. And containerized versions have also already been built or almost completed within the Witzenberg and Cape Agulhas areas. And to Minister Mania, through you, Deputy Speaker, you must please come and visit Sina Lottering and Katrina van Wyk, wat vetplantjies en roosbome verkoop, Esther Maton, wat verskillende houtmeubels, kuns en kunstvleite verkoop, George Meyer, wat skilderye verkoop en wat graag jong mense wil leer om te skilder, en Madeleine van Wyk, wat ietsie van alles verkoop. Deputy Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Bartman. I now recognise Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this important debate is critical for the advancement of the people of the Western Cape. The state of the municipalities is not a block-ticking exercise, but it is about the lives of our people on the ground. And the question must be asked, has the lives of our people improved? Sadly not. As the ACDP in the Western Cape, we cannot believe that there are still people in this province and in the city of Cape Town still on a waiting list, hoping to get a house for more than 20 years. How do we bring back dignity to our people? People are losing hope because they do not see the improvement of their lives. They don't see the difference. Municipalities is at the cold face of service delivery, and yet every day we get barricades in the streets, service delivery protests. Why? Because they're unhappy that they are not getting the services that are owned to them. The ACDP offers a difference on how to build this broken system. The ACDP offers leaders in this local government elections that are God-fearing servant leaders that will put the people first. The state of municipalities with clean orders, a clean audit, does not improve the lives of the vulnerable. They want to see service delivery. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, this province needs a fresh start. It needs an ACDP start. This province and the city of Cape Town are spending billions and billions of rand on the safety of our people, yet our people are not safe. We just saw 13 people being killed in Khayelitsha. People is not safe. The people of the Western Cape deserve better, and they deserve an ACDP government. We as the ACDP know how to serve. Put the ANC and the DA together, and we will govern better than both of them. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Christians. I now recognise Honourable Murray.
Speaker, political parties are the agents of the state, and they're not the state itself. This is my view as a member of the Freedom Front Plus and that of eminent political scientists, because a healthy state is one that succeeded in putting the general interest and the economy first, before the particular interest of their party. That should play no role in service delivery. State parties in South Africa is a direct indictment of those parties who ignored the urgent needs of its citizens and served rather the particular selfish needs of its party members. And of this, both the DA and ANC are guilty. They're playing tennis with the corrupt ball. The one hits the ball at the opposing side, only to be returned to them again. Cadre deployment has given party loyalty higher ratings than levels of competencies. It has prevented drastic action to be taken against councillors who are corrupt. This has caused immense suffering to the poor and desperate shack dwellers waiting on municipal services. At present, ratepayers are experiencing high electricity and water tariffs, poor street lighting, and potholes in roads, but these are considered mere collateral damage by a failed state called South Africa. We are a failed state. We are rated 85th in the world because we can't even meet the economic welfare needs of our people. Voters will hopefully be the final judge and turn the situation around in the October elections. The Freedom Front Plus promise to revolutionize local government if we are victorious in the October elections. The DA must be reminded before they boast that in the land of the blind, the man with one eye may be king, but definitely not the best.
Thank you, Honourable Murray.
Visually.
Thank you very much. I now recognise Honourable Moran.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, can you hear me?
I can.
Because I'm experiencing some difficulties with reception. But let me continue, Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, members and officials present. What the same for the government or municipalities to deteriorate in this province. Same on the DA for not caring at all for the poor and ordinary people in the Western Cape. Same on the cronyist, corruptive, capturist, complacent, and racist DA for allowing basic service delivery to crumble, while openly giving priority to those in Levy suburbs. Same on the deception DA to milk billions of rands from hard-pressed people in one of the most difficult times in modern world history, with one of the first pandemics of its sort where people are negatively affected. But on the DA so-called day 0 watts, it is allowing massive water tariffs and electricity profits to be amazed unduly to subsidize the rich without giving anything back in return to the poorer communities. It is unethical. The unscrupulous DA milks people from giant amounts at a time that many can ill afford it. The so-called DA flagship Cape Town has issued multiple municipal bonds amounting the pretense of upgrading infrastructure for water services. Yet, vast quantities of sweet water is after expensive cleaning released into the sea without reuse or storage of the scarce resource. Then the city fathers and mothers with bulky pockets bulging with cash milk national government to pay for taking the then is after what I once a little, while billions of rands worth of water is poured into the sea again. Is this because Cape Town's people are so eager and easy to be robbed of billions of their hard-earned rands? This daylight robbery by the day is done by the party without a conscience, as it abuses a basic need to scoop what it can from residents, without scruples and feeling guilty, in fact, feeling nothing. That is the bleeding liberals at heart, lots of hot air, but hollow of substance. And it proves once more that the DA cannot be trusted. All it can do is to tick the bookkeeping boxes and count the profits it robs from the poor, while it turns the Cape into a friendly only for and to the rich and famous, a playground for the world super rich. This party of the privileged and pretenders struts so long as it postulates to be a savior of people, the best thing to local government, and deceives voters as angel, but it is a wolf disguised as a lamb. It is not a Robin Hood robbing from the rich to feed the poor. It is deceiving day 0 agent of those that uses and abuses the poor to make life easier for the rich. It only protects its own errand against unmasking. For if that happens, then people will see the DA as a party held together by some that believes in lies, more lies, and DA lies. Some of the lies, Deputy Speaker, is when the MSc of Housing have spoken about the poor delivery of houses within ANC municipalities. You must speak about the Transex project in Breda Valley, where the municipality and the province have only delivered less than 20 houses over a period of 3 years. You must speak about Berg River municipality, who have in the previous financial year failed to provide a housing plan for that municipality. The MEC must not come and speak lies. Same on the DA, same Arends and Dirk Smith to destabilize and interferes within the Cape municipalities. Same on the DA to not spend the billions of informal settlements upgrading meant for the poor. Same on the DA for its huge stash of cambered gear and hardware, which is only used to fight the poor. Same on the DA, same on the heartless DA. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognise Honourable Minister Bradell.
Step aside. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, members of the legislature, ladies and gentlemen. There are none so blind as those who choose not to see. The truth is inconvenient to the members of the ANC, and its inconvenience stems from the fact that the representatives of the ANC are not in politics for the good of the poor or the marginalized. They are in politics for their own benefit. They are in politics to enrich themselves, and that is why they ignore the facts that are inconvenient. Tell me if I'm wrong. Show me an ANC politician who sends their children to poor rural schools or who sent their parents to a public hospital in the Eastern Cape. Instead, we have ANC ministers who sit in Caspers as the police spray the poor and disabled with water cannons as they queue for 350 Rand SASSA crown. What a disgrace. Honourable Speaker, I see the ANC in this province preaching to everyone how unified they are. This is a party who cannot even decide who their leaders in the province is. They cannot elect their leaders. They've been run by a task team for years. Another interesting thing, the ANC keeps going on about how they are tackling corruption and praising the Zondo Commission and seeing members step aside. Why aren't the corrupt members not in jail, Honourable Speaker? It must be pointed out that the Zondo Commission is not a court. More than R1 billion has been spent over the past 4 years on this commission and not one person is in jail. The ANC knows only the SAU and the NPA can put people in jail. So the ANC simply cuts the budget of the NPA by over R400 million to protect their own cadres, not to go to jail, not be fired or kicked out. Step aside. What a joke. Honourable Speaker, a few facts. It is a fact that every ANC-run municipality in this country has either already collapsed or is in a state of collapse. So show me the single ANC-run municipality that proves me wrong. Which ANC-run municipality in this country is an example of ANC excellence? Fact 2, every national government-led parastatal is either bankrupt and broken or nearly there. Eskom, SAA, SABC, Denel, Prasa, and even the post office. These are examples of ANC-led businesses. Be honest, tell the truth. Is the ANC doing a good job? No. Do the lives of the oppressed and the marginalized matter to the ANC? No. Does the ANC deserve to be in charge of anything? No. Fact 3, do you know there remains an estimated 4,000 schools in the Eastern Cape where students must relieve themselves in pit toilets? The extent of raw sewer flowing down the Vaal River in Gauteng has seen the Human Rights Commission slam the local and provincial government in that province. 45% of the people in Gauteng, more people than in the entire Western Cape, is reliant on that water for drinking. Honourable Deputy Speaker, in Gauteng, the Isidimeni tragedy saw 143 vulnerable and marginalized people die. The causes, including starvation and neglect. The incident has been called the greatest cause of human rights violation in democratic South Africa. Who has been held accountable? Can the ANC tell us? No one. South Africa, like the world, is in the grip of a COVID pandemic. To date, the vaccine program managed by the ANC government has been a complete disaster. A third wave is upon us, and South Africa has vaccinated fewer people than Zimbabwe. Even war-torn countries like Iraq and Afghanistan has vaccinated more people. What a disgrace. Honourable Speaker, but there's hope. There's real hope. Allow me...
1 minute, Honourable Minister. There is a point of order.
Chair, on a point of order, Chair, from the input of the Minister, doesn't seem as if the Minister is speaking to the topic of discussion.
Honourable Say.
We are discussing local government,
Honourable
not
Say.
provincial and national
Honourable
government.
Say, that's not a point of order. You do know that. You may proceed, Honourable Minister.
There's hope, real hope. Allow me to sketch the picture of hope. Hope based on the facts and stats. In the Western Cape, 25 municipalities, the only ones who are in arrears with Eskom is a handful ANC municipalities. That's a fact. This province has received 18 clean audits in the past year, and the councils which have performed worse, you guessed it. Another fact, the delivery of free basic services to the poorest of the poor is highest in the Western Cape. This is a fact. The difference between the Western Cape municipalities and every other province is like day and night. Honourable Speaker, according to Stats South Africa, the unemployment rate in South Africa is 32.5%, the highest number since 2008. In the Eastern Cape, it is more than 40%. In the Western Cape, the rate is 21%, the lowest by far. It is not a surprise. This province has seen our population growing by more than 650,000 people over the past 5 years. The continued meltdown in every other province in this country, in particularly our neighboring provinces, sees people moving to our largest towns and cities in desperation for opportunities. They realize in the Western Cape, they have a real chance at a future. There are real opportunities here, not only opportunities for the ANC and their friends and families. Speaker, municipalities in this province have been outperforming every other municipality in the country for years. That is a fact. Our municipalities have good roads, good infrastructure, and generally good leadership that is held accountable. And every single independent report out there shows this. The list of achievements in this province is endless. We can go to the RC program in Vredenburg, walkways for the marginalized and poor to better their lives, working spaces in Westbank for the marginalized and poor. In Saldanha Bay, we have seen the development of a middle post box park business center. In Pakketberg, we have built fully equipped gym for the marginalized and the poor. In Toes River, a 5-a-side Astro soccer pitch for the marginalized and the poor. Many other projects have been completed in towns such as Worcester, Malmesbury, Plettenberg Bay, Ceres, etc. Since 2009, we have added 9 new Tucson centers to the 28 across this province. This benefits 1.3 million people who would otherwise battle to access the range of government services due to remote rural locations. Honourable Speaker, the Western Cape is a disaster-prone province, and over the past 10 years, we have prepared and built a system that is without parallel in Africa. We've seen an estimated 17,000 wildfires per year, and 95% of them we put out in the first hour. We have assisted our small municipalities in procuring purpose-built firefighting vehicles. Today, we are the only province in this country who can boast that every town in this province has firefighting capacity that is equipped with modern equipment. Honourable Speaker, these are the facts. These are inconvenient truths to the ANC. I could continue with many more examples and stories. These are the facts and need to be told. We are living in the time of desperation, and we need to hold up examples of excellence and good governance. We need to celebrate the wins. We need to acknowledge when there are people and institutions in this country do a good job. At the end of the day, if you are truly honest with yourself, there can be no doubt that local government and municipalities in this Western Cape are without compare. I end by acknowledging and thanking our civil servants and our officials for their hard work over the past year, and particularly our disaster officials and emergency response and nurses and doctors who are out there every day protecting and helping people in the Western Cape against wildfires, floods, or COVID. You are the heroes, and we see you. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. That concludes the debate on this subject. In terms of Rule 197, we now move over to interpellations.
Sorry,
on the
Speaker,
question paper.
Deputy Speaker, I think you've missed my hand for a point of order.
I apologise, I did. What is your point of order, Honourable Dagmore?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, my point of order relates to the fact that you informed MEC Bradell that he had 1 minute left. I timed from that moment on, and there was at least 3 minutes that were given before the MEC, and that is the type of bias that is simply not acceptable. Could you
Honourable
please...
Dagmore, I did not inform Minister Bradell and that could be proved on the answer. So unfortunately, you are incorrect. I did not give any time of a minute countdown.
Okay, we will check the Hansard because I clearly heard you, Deputy Speaker, saying you have 1 minute left.
Yeah, and actually just confirmed by the table staff that Minister Bradell ended way before the end of his time. So you can certainly check that on the Hansard. There was no bias whatsoever. And I must just tell the members that I am actually quite lenient, bearing in mind that you are online. So I give you a couple of seconds every time, and the table staff can verify that I am not biased around time. We will now move over to interpellations as printed on the question paper. I recognise the Honourable the Minister Simmers.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The residents, Honourable Heron, have not been relocated. Applications for rezoning and subdivision in terms of the municipal planning bylaw was made to the City of Cape Town in May and June 2020. The applications were approved by the Municipal Planning Tribunal on the 1st of September 2020 and 3rd of November 2020 respectively, which means construction would only have been possible to commence then. The reason for the delay is due to appeals submitted by the Racing Park Owners Association following rezoning application approvals by the MPT. The appeals in respect of the two approved rezoning applications were only heard on the 9th of March 2021 and 13th of April 2021 respectively. My department is still awaiting decision on the two appeals and may not commence with any work. The construction commencement date can only be
Honourable
confirmed
Minister.
after the decision has been communicated by the appeal authority.
My apologies. Will you take a seat, Honourable Dagmore? Is that a point of order?
No, my apologies, Deputy Speaker. It must have been a hand from the previous point of order. So I apologize for that. I'll take my hand down.
No problem. Sorry, Honourable Minister, you may proceed.
According to the member, in April 2020, I stated that residents would move in by July 2020. Where the member obtained this, only you would know. There is, however, a tendency, Honourable Deputy Speaker, from the member to mislead the public and utilizing this House as that mechanism. If approval was provided in September and November, how would July be feasible? En hierdie was 'n mykol by die stad en hy moet die eintlik weet. It is therefore important to provide a timeline to the honourable member so that he can understand where we are. On the 28th of March 2020, the National Minister of Human Settlements, Lindiwe Sisulu, announced that the Dunoon informal settlement will be de-densified. On the 29th of March 2020, I indicated that this plan will now be initiated in all earnestness. Pursuant to this, our processes immediately kicked in, which also included various stakeholder engagements. Critical to point out, Deputy Speaker, that we were still under lockdown and the construction sector was not allowed to operate. On the 29th of April, I issued another press release stating that the sector should be allowed back, as the human settlement construction is critical if we are to swiftly, as part of our rapid informal settlement support and upgrade program, complete the erection of our transitional units in the permanent residential areas.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I apologise. Honourable Dagmore, another hand.
Are you going? Okay, thank you so much.
Honourable Dagmore? Okay, can you lower your hand, please? Thank you. You may proceed, Honourable Simmers.
These PRAs will be established on pieces of land in the Dunoon and the greater Kosovo areas, so that the informal settlements in these areas can be reblocked, close quote. On the 30th of June, I issued another statement stating, and I open quote, the Provincial Minister of Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning, Anton Bredel, on the 25th of June 2020, approved the City of Cape Town's application to deviate from the provision of Section 43(5)(d) of the Land Use Planning Act in terms of Section 61 of the Western Cape Land Use Planning Act 3 of 2014 in response to the Department's rezoning and consolidation application of Earth 35148 and Urban 35163 to 35170 Milnerton, and the rezoning and subdivision application of Earth 368 Milnerton. This approval will allow for a shortened period for comments from 30 days to 10 days. Once this process has been concluded, we can move full steam ahead with the development of the transitional residential units, close quote. It must be stated that we are fully committed to see this development through, as the well-being of our residents is our priority. Had it not been for this delay and the due processes required, we would have been far down the line in moving our people into these improved housing opportunities. Regrettably, we are not in a position to subvert processes. We are confident that the MPT's decision will be upheld, which will allow us to finally commence with our processes. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Simmers. I'm just trying to understand why Honourable Dagmore's hand is still up. Unless he's not
I've been trying to lower it.
Okay.
But I don't have my hand, but let me try and lower it again.
I'll ask the IT to assist.
There we are.
Thank you
I
very
think
much.
it's off now. It's off.
No problem. Thank you very much, Honourable Dagmore. I now recognise Honourable Heron.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the July 2020 date comes from the Minister himself, as reported in Ground Up on the 22nd of April. It is reported that Simmers said 1,500 residents would move to the TRU in July. So that is where the reference to July 2020 comes from. But Deputy Speaker, this government has a very funny attitude to urgency. a racist attitude really about access to the city, and it infects their approach to well-located land and decent housing. They are paralyzed by their own fears and internal conflicts, and their decisions are sometimes influenced by the unseen hands of funders. The fact that 40 months after an urgent need to provide decent housing to a community living in unacceptable conditions in Dunoon has still not been addressed is a symptom of all of this. In February 2018, the relocation of hundreds of families living in Siyahlala became urgent. The urgency was described in official documents like this, and I quote, "In order to secure the well-being of the Siyahlala community and to ensure the service continuity of the Transnet railway line, which performs a strategic function in transporting waste to and from the Vissershok landfill site, an immediate relocation plan for these community members needs to be implemented." And it went on, another document said at the same time in 2018, given the urgency and the desperate conditions faced by the community, an immediate and effective solution is required to relocate the community members that are currently occupying the area within the rail reserve. Yet they are still there, living in those desperate conditions. In April 2020, when the coronavirus pandemic struck South Africa, this community had still not been housed or relocated. It was identified by both the National Minister of Human Settlements and the Provincial MEC as overcrowded and a pandemic hotspot. Families living in desperate conditions in Dunoon were once again identified as needing an urgent solution, yet they are still there, living in those desperate conditions 40 months later. This is not because there wasn't an immediate solution in 2018. The solution was presented to this government in 2018. Use the city-owned land on Potsdam Road and make use of the emergency planning provisions in the planning bylaw. But despite the urgency, this government could not bring itself to provide the dignified housing they'd been promising to build on Winning Way on the Potsdam Road site because it was too close to Tableview. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Heron. I now recognise Honourable van der Westhuizen.
Speaker, ik vraag graag weer u, de achtbare heren om vandaag duidelijk te zeggen of wij die Rising Park Owners Association wat onsuccesvol appel aangetekend het in die behoorlijke ontwikkelings.
Honourable Member, can you just put your microphone on? And can you please start from the beginning for the record? Thank you.
Dankie, achtbare adjunct speaker. Ik vraag graag deur u aan die achtbare heren om vandag duidelik te sê of hy die Rising Park Owners Association wat onsuksesvol appel aangeteken het teen die beoogde ontwikkelings en wie se een appel selfs deur die hof tersyde gestel is, daardie reg op appel ontsê. Ja, dit is jammer dat broodnodige prosesse en planne vertraag en soms ontspoor word deur lede van die gemeenskap. Die DA glo egter in die oppergesag van die reg. En ek vra graag deur u vir die achtbare heren om in sy repliek duidelik aan te dui of hy inwoners daardie reg tot appel wil ontsê. Sê asseblief vir hierdie huis of u in die vorige posisie as raadslid vir Stad Kaapstad met ontwikkeling sou voortgaan te midde van appelle. Die grondwet van 1996 verwag van die regering om die ongelykhede van die regering van die verlede aan te spreek. Maar die ANC, onder wie sy rykmanstafel die achtbare heren se partyleier verkies het om haar voete in te stoot, het deur korrupsie gesorg dat net 'n klein elite groepie superryk geword het, terwyl miljoene steeds onder die broodlyn leef. Skande. Speaker, daar wil ek ook vandag deur u vir die achtbare heren en sy ANC-kollegas wat so krities daaroor is, omdat daar in enkele gevalle duur grond teen markwaarde verkoop word en so geld gegenereer word vir ontwikkelings van laagkoste woonbuurte, vra, glo u werklik dat 'n eenmalige geskenk vir 'n uitgesoekte paar mense beter is as om die geld te gebruik om die lewensomstandighede van honderde arme mense op 'n volhoubare wyse te verbeter? Ja of nee? Enkeles of die massa? Wat is u standpunt? Ek dank u.
Baie dankie, achtbare van der Westhuizen. I now recognise Honourable Lily.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Speaker, as part of the national government's efforts to combat the spread of COVID-19, in densely populated communities, plans were put in place to urgently reblock overcrowded areas and relocate thousands of people. As part of this initiative, about 1,500 families from Danun, 2,000 more from the Greater Kosovo were promised relocation to the transitional residential units in the winning way. There were thousands of others from informal settlements and surroundings that were meant to relocate to other communities. In all these cases, not a single family relocated because of inept and ineffective handling of these projects by the city and the provincial government. It is yet another example of how the DA administration in the province has deliberately failed national government efforts to better our lives, people's lives. It can be correct that for over a year, the process has been stuck in the rezoning application stage that is handled by the city, while the Danun Project Steering Committee has been promised that the project will start in June 2021. The department's spokesperson has been honest that this will be delayed by required rezoning applications. More disappointing is that the department has not even commenced with the beneficiaries' identification and administration processes. The DA has deliberately failed the people in this regard and will continue to do so until the people vote them out on October 2027. Get out, the Devil's Alliance, get out.
Thank you, Honourable Lily. Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Much appreciated. Thank you, Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, when I saw this interpellation, I was quite shocked because, you know, we speak about service delivery, we speak about all of these things, the DA government, in fact. And now we see, if a government speak about caring for the people, then of course we must look at the conditions the people is living in is overcrowded, unsafe, and unhealthy. I really believe, Deputy Speaker, if there is a will, there is a way. And at the moment, there is no will from the DA government to relocate these people. We cannot brag about what we are doing and the services we are rendering, and then when it comes to the health and the well-being of people, that nothing has been done. So, Deputy Speaker, I'm very concerned, and I want the Minister to give timelines to when this problem is going to be sorted out. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Christians. I recognise Honourable Heron.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Honourable van der Westhuizen misses the point. This is not about processes. This is about an irrational decision to pursue the wrong piece of land when the city already owned land for housing a few hundred meters away. But Deputy Speaker, Transparency International says that land is the new currency of corruption. This government chose to avoid the Potsdam land site and purchased an unsuitable piece of land within a formalized industrial park, including a large unusable wetland at 3 times the market value. There's no rational basis for purchasing the land in winning way, and I submitted it amounts to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. It raises legitimate questions about possible corruption. Despite the availability of the city-owned land on Potsdam Road, the provincial government instructed the HDA to acquire 14 of the 16 urban in the industrial park at a price of 64.6 million. The 2 urban that were not purchased are critical servitudes without which the land is even more useless. This land had already been offered to the city for the purpose of housing and had been evaluated by the city's urban integration department. In a memorandum dated 7th of November 2017, the director advised that the 17.4 hectares being offered to the city, 5.5 hectares is unusable wetland. She sets out the history of the matter, including that the province had been interested in purchasing this land from as early as at least October 2017. This government was then told that the seller was negotiating with the city, but the province was so eager to acquire this land that the city officials were advised that if the city did not purchase the land, then the province would. And if the city wanted to purchase the land but didn't have the funds, then the province would find the funds. The director's memo to the city's property management department, which should have acted on the instruction of the acquiring department, but appeared to be taking instructions from elsewhere, said that the property was overpriced. The memo says that the asking price of 88 million rand was overpriced, and the 58 million rand that the property management department was apparently negotiating on was also overpriced. In fact, the city acquired an adjoining piece of land of 130,000 square meters for 9 million rand. The province paid 64.6 million rand for about 100,000 square meters. The Owners Association of the Industrial Park estimate the land to be valued at 21 million rand. While families are abandoned to live in desperate conditions, the DA government continues to pursue land that is overpriced and unsuitable. Besides an overwhelming question about the dignity, the safety, the health of the families in Dunoon, there's a question the DA must answer. Did the DA get a kickback in this land deal? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Heron. I now recognise Honourable Simmers.
Kickback. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm happy the Honourable Member referred to the ground-up article, want ek het laas gesê, hy is die sienende blind. Just further down the same article, and I'm quoted yet again, asked if the project would meet the deadline, Simmers said, and they're quoting me directly, July is not a feasible date. If all goes according to plan, it will take 14 to 21 days. Construction will commence once the plans have been approved. We are taking much public engagements. Much disinformation is going around, close quote. So the sin and the blind, but nothing about this member's inputs today surprises me. Because ironically, Honourable Deputy Speaker, in 2017, when Member Heron was a MACO member of Transport and Demonstrator was in the city of Cape Town, the city offered to purchase this same piece of property as just referred to at 58 million rand, exclusive of that, based on the highest evaluation and best use methodology. His portfolio, I should add. The offer made by the city was rejected by the owner on the 25th of July 2017. The city revised its original offer to purchase, increasing it from 58 million to 64 million based on inputs from the owner. The city communicated a revised offer of 64 million to the seller in October 2017. In April 2018, the city approached the Provincial Department of Human Settlements to acquire the property as their procurement processes would take long and the land was required on an urgent basis. The city further confirmed that they also investigated the property for future Doornbach expansion. The bulk portion of the land, which is 17 hectares, is suitable for development. Once again, in April 2018, the Honourable Member Heron was still a MACO member at the city, Honourable Deputy Speaker. On this basis, the Provincial Department agreed to buy the land as per the city's request. The HDA, on behalf of this Provincial Department, negotiated a final price of 64.6 million rand, which was accepted by the seller. This is the same amount that the city of Cape Town was prepared to pay in 2017. And die man was die MACO lid, achtbare Deputy Speaker. For Member Heron today to claim that the purchase price is grossly inflated, which it is not, smacks of irony and hypocrisy, as he was part of the collective in the city when this decision was taken. This, once again, Honourable Deputy Speaker, shows the opportunistic nature of Mr. Member Heron, as he is seeking relevance by pointing out a matter that's been dealt with. In 2017, this very same member never expressed any concern, nor did he make any objection, which today further highlights how opportunistic and how this member seeks to misguide and mislead our public with incorrect information or selective information. Jou dae is getel, meneer. Jou dae is getel. Baie dankie, Deputy Speaker. Die waarheid sê vir altyd.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I'm just giving an opportunity for the Speaker to take the seat.
Deputy Speaker, I had a point of order.
Honourable Dagmar? Honourable Heron, point of order.
Yes, Deputy Speaker, I would like to ask the MEC if he would take a question based on the executive ethic codes.
Unfortunately, now he has finished his final remarks.
He's indicated he won't take a question on misleading the House.
He's not prepared to answer the question anyway. His time is up, unfortunately, Honourable Heron.
Thank you very much.
Honourable members, thank you. That concludes the interpellation. I now move to the second interpellation by Honourable Said to the Minister of Education. I now recognize the Honourable Minister Schaefer.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I'm sure the member is quite aware that in terms of Section 3.3 of the South African Schools Act, as Provincial Minister, I have a duty to ensure that there are enough places in schools to accommodate the children of compulsory school-going age in our province. However, while I am mandated to ensure that learners are placed in a school, I am not required to ensure placement in a specific school of choice. I'm also not required to ensure that schools or places in schools are made available on demand as determined by any other organization. I'm further required by Section 3.4 to take steps to remedy any lack of capacity in our schools as soon as possible. The speed at which such lack of capacity can be remedied is largely contingent on both the notice we receive and the department's available budget, which is currently severely constrained, as the members of this House are aware. Determining the need, finding the funding, and placing the learners is and has been taking place as fast as possible in fulfillment of this mandate. Unfortunately, the theft of state resources by the ANC is certainly making it increasingly difficult to deliver on our mandate, as funding is continuously shifted away from education to fund state capture and the effects of maladministration and cadre deployment. Part B, the application and placement process for 2022 has already begun, and we have shifted our planning deadlines earlier this year in the hope of finding places for all learners by the start of the 2022 academic year. This is dependent on us receiving the funds required to secure classrooms, teaching posts, and learning materials in advance of the start of the school year. In addition, a task team has been set up to seek a medium to long-term solution to learner placement challenges. This too is reliant on sufficient funding. We also continue to explore all other possibilities, such as better use of online learning where appropriate. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, I now recognize Honourable Sayed.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the response. Honourable Speaker, every year in the Western Cape, we see thousands of children that miss out on the entire first term of the academic year. In 2019, we had a situation where we had learners that were not placed, and then they were crammed into halls, old clinic buildings, and churches for several weeks in various working class communities. This year, learners were even being taught under trees, Speaker. The MEC for Education must tell us which steps are being taken to ensure that housing projects, such as the Forest Village project, are planned for and are implemented with sufficient attention to adequate schools in the area for Xhosa-speaking residents, because they need to take that into account. And what resources are being put in to recruit teachers and for the planning of Xhosa medium schools in areas such as Eerste Rivier, and the details of the plan, if any, in this regard. The continued failure by the MEC to accommodate learners is a gross violation of the department and the MEC's constitutional rights in terms of Section 29(1) of the Constitution. Section 12 of the South African Schools Act demands that the MEC must provide public schools for the education of learners. Furthermore, Section 3.1 of the SASSA obliges the MEC to ensure that every child of compulsory school-going age, as she says, who lives in the Western Cape, attends schools in the province. The MEC must guarantee enough school places for every learner in the province. Now, the MEC, Speaker, and the provincial government are in breach of the above sections. This means that we have got delinquency in our midst. The vast majority of unplaced learners are children from poor families. That is why there's this nonchalant attitude on the part of the DA. I rise today to implore the members of this House to play our critical role, regardless of party politics, of oversight over the executive, to call out constitutional delinquency. The parents on the ground are tired of lame excuses and the unending blame game. The province anticipates over 20,000 learners will enroll in the province next year. What plans has the MEC put in place for that? Or are we going to again see that at the end of April 2022, we'll then be rushing to provide mobile classrooms? The time for lame excuses is over. We can't hide behind insufficient budget forever. We must bring creative ideas and use the budget wisely. Learn from other provinces and swallow the pride and seek advice. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Said. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Board.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, unplaced learners can never be used as a political tool. Earlier this month, I have indicated in a statement that I made that the then Honourable Minister for Education in this province, Honourable Doug Moore, said, and I quote, "We face a massive infrastructure challenge in the province in regard to the building of new schools, as well as maintaining our existing facilities. It is hoped that the bid to National Treasury arising out of the national audit of school needs will result in increased funding to meet some of these challenges." I close the quote. Speaker, in the last 3 months, nevertheless, the Minister and her department have placed 20,000 learners in a period during this period. I then therefore ask through you, Speaker, to the Minister, in regard to this House, what can the members of this House do to assist you and your department in overcoming the challenge it is facing with regard to learner placement? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Porter. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, ensuring that there's adequate capacity for learners is obviously the MEC's core function. And if the MEC is unable or unwilling to ensure that every child in the province is placed, then she should step down. This year, we saw the shocking lack of preparation for the new school year. Thousands of learners remained unplaced for months while the MEC complained about in-migration and funding cuts. Speaker, urbanization is not just a word to put in planning documents. Urbanization is the movement of people from rural areas and small towns to larger towns and cities. It has a real and practical outcome, and the MEC's role is to meet the demand, not complain about it. The problem is the government has different priorities. It can allocate 1.3 billion rand to a so-called safety plan, creating an illusion of policing and spending on a mandate that it does not have, while at the same time complaining it cannot provide schooling to children because it has no money. The irrationality of this is astounding. Even worse, the acting MEC for Transport and Public Works advised that the Department of Education has relinquished 13 school buildings since 2009, and 15 buildings previously used as schools are currently not being used for any purpose. On top of that, the MEC surrendered 360 million rand from her budget, largely from her educators' salaries budget, just 2 months ago. So we have unplaced learners, we have empty school buildings, and we had 360 million rand in spare cash. And the MEC could not make a plan. Why not? Clearly, we have a problem in the Western Cape. A safety plan that funds learner law enforcement officers armed with pepper spray to address the murder rate while children cannot get into schools. What do you think is likely to happen to a child who is rejected by the education system and their government? Speaker, this is not rocket science. Even a lawyer should be able to figure this out. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. Honorable.
Sorry. I just found that quite amusing, the comment about the lawyer. Sorry.
Order, Honorable Member. We are in the sitting of the House. Honourable members, I now recognize Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we have a recurring problem, unplaced learners year in and year out. Now, Speaker, I sit on the Standing Committee of Education, and I've asked the questions. What is the minister and a department doing differently in order to accommodate the learners? I'm telling you, Speaker, next year we will have the same problem because not proper planning is done. Now I believe the minister says there's a task team. I hope that this task team will come with solutions that we do not sit with learners that cannot find placement for a whole term. It is unacceptable, and I want the minister to answer today that we will not have unplaced learners for entire quarter or a single day in the new year. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Christians. Honourable members, I now recognize Honourable Said.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, let me firstly thank Member Christians in particular, I think also for his input, because his input also around the planning and the lack of planning, it speaks to the kind of issues he's been raising consistently inside of the committee, Speaker. Speaker, every time that this matter is raised, our MEC for Education consistently puts forward the argument of insufficient budgets from national government. And in it, she purports some form of witch hunt against the Western Cape by the national government. I want to advise the MEC to have a look at the explanatory memorandum to the 2021 Division of Revenue Bill to understand how national government takes account of the matters listed in sections 214.2a to J of the Constitution. Its response to the Financial and Fiscal Commission's recommendations and any assumptions and formulas used at arriving at the respective divisions amongst provinces and our municipalities. The Division of Revenue process, Speaker, fosters transparency and is at the heart of constitutional cooperative governance. There is no unfair targeting of the Western Cape or any other province or municipality. At the heart of the problem of unplaced learners lies a lack of foresight and political will on the part of the Education Department's political leadership and poor financial planning and management of scarce resources. It is this government that has spent millions to fund an unnecessary duplicate function of Schools Evaluation Authority. Every year for the past 4 financial years, the Department of Education has without fail surrendered millions back to the Provincial Revenue Fund. In the past financial year, and we'll repeat it consistently, 350 million earmarked for employment of teachers was surrendered to the Provincial Revenue Fund by this department, by this MEC. The MEC must engage the Provincial Treasury to consider paying back all the amounts surrendered to the Provincial Treasury to address the education crisis. If the province can avail millions on its own duplicate vaccine rollout program, then surely we can have enough for funding quality education in the province and placement of learners within due course. The Education Department's annual school survey, Speaker, shows that in the Metro North region, average class size for quintiles 1 and 5 are 44 and 31 respectively. Failure to increase class sizes in quintile 5 schools maintains historical inequalities in our education system. The MEC must also tell us which concrete plans are in place to assist recently placed learners to catch up with the work that they have missed for all these months. To date, WCED is yet to provide that plan. In fact, even in our last standing committee, they did not provide such a plan concretely. Can we hear what is that plan? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Said. I now recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the members for this debate. Honourable Said is quite aware about the facts relating to the learners under the trees in Easter River. We were informed that there were something like 600 people just set up their own school and demanded jobs. They insisted on being placed at particular schools or a particular school to create their own school and wanted us to employ the people who were teaching them as teachers. After we'd done our audit, there were 336 learners that were actually validly looking for places, which was made extremely difficult by politicians and other organizations continuing to give out the false narrative that there were all these hundreds and hundreds of people who did not have places. The same happened with Roosendaal House, where we had allegations of 1,800 who were looking for places, who deliberately did not give us information that we requested from them for nearly 2 months, preventing learners from being placed. There's no amount of planning that can stop that from happening. It's been established that 121 of those learners are already enrolled currently at WCED schools, and they were coming to sit in the house in Roosendaal House demanding places. A further 633 learners had no record or status on the CMIS database, which means that they are new to the WCED school system in 2021, which means the parents did not apply to any school for 2021, 633. So it is not our lack of planning, and it's not our fault that those learners were not placed. Not to say we haven't got problems. We've been telling for many years. And actually, it's not only me who's been telling for many years. Thank you, Honourable Botha, for highlighting the ANC budgets. And I want to give you another one from Honourable Dugmore in June 2008, saying, Mr. Speaker, our province alone needs over 5 billion rand to make up its infrastructure backlog. If current funding patterns continue, it will take us 30 years to eradicate this backlog. This was in 2008. The situation has not got any better. As far as constitutional delinquency, that's just absolute nonsense. We have every commitment to ensure that learners get placed as soon as possible, but there are people who are using people, unfortunately, for their own purposes to try and make political points, which I think is despicable. As far as plans concerned about the learners who were placed late, we have given details at this committee. I don't know where Honourable Syed was, but Mr. Alan Mayer gave very specific details as to what was going to be done to assist those learners. As far as Honourable Botha is concerned, you asked what members can do to assist. Given that members are well aware of the budget constraints facing the department, they can certainly assist us by lobbying their colleagues in the national government to ensure an appropriate allocation of funding to us, and I'll get more to that Honourable Syed's points now, and pressurising other provinces that are inefficient with their budgets to improve their efficiencies so that money can be allocated where the need is greatest. When we have 19,000 extra learners per year in the province, we cannot afford to build staff and provide learning resources for 19 additional schools. On the other hand, we have in the Eastern Cape, on their own education department's information, 1,900 schools that have been earmarked for closure that have not been closed. Now, why is that? Now, please go and talk to the Fiscal and Finance Commission about that and make sure that they actually start enforcing efficiencies and budget processes in other provinces so that we don't sit with the problems that we have now. As far as Member Heron is concerned, I absolutely deny a lack of planning. We plan very well, but we have been coming under increasing financial pressure. Issue of relinquishing 13 school sites, once again, is misleading, and the details of those are as follows. One property is being refurbished for the WCED use, and another one came from the Department of Health. Two are actually youth care centres, which is not strictly speaking schools. The department used a broad definition of schools. 4 are auxiliary buildings like clubhouses and hostels, so they're not schools. 2 were old sites of replacement schools.
Honourable Minister, your time is
up. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Honourable members, that concludes the interpellations. The third interpellation by Honourable Makamba Bokia to the Honourable Minister Mayor was withdrawn by the Honourable member who's put the interpellation forward. And that then concludes this particular portion of our business. We're now heading straight to the oral questions. The first oral question, question for oral reply, is by the Honourable Van der Westhuizen to Honourable Minister Mayor, Minister of Agriculture. I now recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. Yes, the wine industry has to carry stock before harvesting commences in order to allow for the sales for the period until the new harvest becomes market ready. This period from harvesting the grapes to the time when the wine is market ready can be anywhere between 4 to 18 months, depending on the type of the wine. Red wine has to be matured for much longer than white wine, and high-end and hence more expensive wine must also mature even longer. Honourable Speaker, on the 31st of December 2020, the stock levels in the industry amounted to about 650 million litres, with about 200 million litres of these wines being uncontracted. This must be compared to 450 million litres of stock, with about 20 million litres of uncontracted wine at 31st December 2019. It follows that the wine industry is currently sitting on between 250 million to 300 million litres of surplus stock, as the domestic sales of wine declined by 20% during 2020. The additional surplus can largely be ascribed to the impact of the lockdown on domestic sales. After all, since lockdown measures was introduced on the 25th of March 2020, domestic sale of wine was banned for 21 weeks. And during a further 9 weeks, only off-site consumption was allowed, and that for limited hours. Honourable Speaker, the result is that no on-site consumption and hence wine sales in restaurants were allowed for 30 weeks since the lockdown started. And so, Honourable Speaker, yes, the irrational and irresponsible announcements about the lockdown levels and the adjustments did lead to the current high stock levels of bulk wine here in South Africa and specifically also here in the Western Cape. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, you know the process in dealing with questions. I currently have one hand, and that is the Honourable van der Westhuizen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Honourable Minister, thank you very much. Speaker. Honourable Minister, thank you very much for your response. With signs of a third wave looming, what would be the effect of further bans on the livelihoods of those working in the wine industry? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable van der Westhuizen. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable van der Westhuizen. We have seen that during the first lockdown and the second lockdown that we have lost 8 billion rand in revenue in South Africa. And I think we have been advised that the further third wave is possibly hitting us next month. And I think as the Minister of Finance and as a member of the Western Cape Executive, I think we certainly need to carefully consider the advice that we get from the Health Department. But in my view, we need to also go about responsibly in terms of protecting the economy, because it is possible to save lives and livelihoods. And given where we are currently in the Western Cape, as the Cabinet, and we have just returned, Honourable Speaker, for the last 2 days from a Cabinet Bosberaad, where we reconfirmed our commitment to economic recovery based on the 3 priorities of this government, namely jobs, safety, and human dignity and well-being. And I think we are on course in terms of the economic recovery. It is also clear from the Stats SA data from 2020 that all the sectors of the economy had negative economic growth in the first and the second quarter of 2020. And there's the only sector that yielded positive economic growth was the agricultural sector. And so we have seen through the evidence and the data that the economic recovery in the Western Cape is largely driven by the agricultural sector. And therefore, we in the Cabinet and the Premier through the PCC will liaise closely with the relevant intergovernmental organizational structures to be cautious and mindful of the devastating impact that a further ban on the sale of alcohol will have here in South Africa, given the current high stock levels. But I think we will certainly have to consider as things develop. But as far as I'm concerned, we cannot and should not consider any further bans on the sale of alcohol because it will kill the economic recovery here in the Western Cape. Because on a wine farm in the Western Cape, there are about 40,000 people working in this industry, and the average is looking after 6 members of a family. This is a massive knock-on effect on the economic crisis we're currently experiencing. And so, since the honorable member has asked me a hypothetical question, I am responding through a hypothetical situation, but I am clear in my mind that we cannot and should not allow a further ban on the sale of alcohol as the economic recovery need to pick up responsibly to save lives and livelihoods here in the Western Cape. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Maran.
Speaker, thanks very much. I just want to check with the MEC. We have now heard the high volumes stock levels of alcohol. My question is whether the MEC can tell us the value of this extraordinary export wine that is now held back in storage. What is the value of that?
Sorry, Honourable Speaker, can the Honourable Member maybe repeat the question? Sorry for that.
The Honourable MEC gave us exact numbers of stock levels of wine. My question is, can the Honourable MEC tell us what is the value of those wines that is currently stocked by wine farmers?
Thank you, Honourable Maran. Honourable Minister.
Honourable Speaker, we know from economics that this is largely a function of demand and supply, and since we have an oversupply of alcohol, logically it leads normally to a reduction in the price of the wine, and it's something that differs on a daily basis depending on the sale of wine. So it is largely driven by demand and supply, and I certainly cannot now do a thumb-sucking exercise, but if the honourable member is interested, I can ask our economist to do some calculations in this particular regard, because I certainly don't have, because we know that different wines, different prices, different seasons, and there are different stock levels at stake. So it is largely a function in terms of pressures on demand and supply.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, Honourable Members. And now, yes, Honourable Maran.
Another follow-up question?
Yes, you may, Honourable Maran.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, COVID-19 demands high levels of alcohol for sanitation. Can the MEC tell us how much alcohol was absorbed in these markings during the period of COVID-19?
Are you following the question, Honourable Minister?
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honourable Member Maran. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. During the lockdown period, I have visited, and after consultation with the Premier, I have visited the Stel, who have repurposed the alcohol plant into a plant to produce alcohol for sanitizers. Now, alcohol for sanitizers and alcohol for wine, I think it's, the member will understand, is completely two different products and processes. But I am quite happy to establish from the Stel what is the amount of the alcohol they use to produce alcohol-based sanitizers. But I have to say that I am deeply thankful for Distel, who have made huge contributions and personal sacrifices at their plant to assist the Western Cape government in terms of the humanitarian support program, to also distribute free of charge the alcohol-based sanitizers in the beginning of the COVID-19 to assist us, particularly the farm workers and the area in the Cape Winelands and also specifically also in Witzenberg. But they have made an extensive contribution for which we are very, very thankful, because to convert a alcohol-based plant into a alcohol-based plant for sanitizers is quite a huge operation, and to make that donation free of charge to assist us to deal with this humanitarian crisis and pandemic, I think is something that we really all appreciate for their massive efforts in this particular regard. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, now that concludes this specific question. I now move to question number 7, which is a question by Honourable van der Westhuizen to the Honourable Minister Mayor. I now recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to Honourable Member van der Westhuizen for the question. Yes, the majority of the animals were kept in an enclosure that were makeshift and made from a variety of materials. They did not conform to the regulations of the City of Cape Town. Firstly, regulations prohibit keeping of pigs in residential areas. And secondly, permitted space of 25 square meter is also required per animal, and that was not adhered to. Secondly, Honourable Speaker, African swine fever virus can be transmitted by feeding swill, movements of pigs from infected areas to susceptible population. It can also be carried by fomites and people not observing biosecurity. Local husbandry conditions assisted in enabling establishment and the spread of the infectious agents. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable van der Westhuizen.
Honourable Speaker, thank you very much to the Honourable Minister for his response. Honourable Speaker, we see an increased demand by first-generation urban residents to bring farm animals with them to our urban and peri-urban areas. And it just seems then as if there's a mounting pressure for what is generally known as urban farming, and that some of these people are not able to erect structures that conform to the existing regulations in cities for the keeping of animals. And my question to the Minister is then, Minister, would you and your department be willing to liaise with the Department of Local Government in this regard in order to perhaps review the current regulations regarding the keeping of animals, and then also obviously to assist our law enforcement officers in our urban areas to ensure that those regulations are adhered to? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable van der Westhuizen. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you for the follow-up question from Honourable Member van der Westhuizen. I did consult based on a number of complaints that I have received, specifically also from the Theewaterskloof area, but also other areas here in the city of Cape Town, in the metropolitan area, about the impact of roaming animals in urban residential areas as well. And so I've consulted with my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Local Government, Minister Provincial, and we have agreed, Honourable Speaker, that we appoint a task team, two members from Department of Local Government and two members of my Department of Agriculture to really look at the whole issue of the bylaws of municipality. And since the honourable member is asking about law enforcement, we would certainly also like to engage with them, because as urbanization takes off in many areas, we certainly see an increase in this. And this is also specifically something that we've picked up in the area of Stellenbosch, but also other specific areas. So the question is, yes, my department, as well as the Department of Minister Bradell, task team, 2 members each, look into this matter and try to develop a standardized draft bylaw, obviously properly consulted with the various people, but also the people that are affected, particularly the small-scale farmers, as well as the various municipalities that must enforce this bylaws. So that will be a very extensive consultative process, because I firstly want to see farmers getting the necessary support. I also would like to see that we respect the rule of law, and I'd also like to see that we comply with environmental health conditions, and that also my veterinary services also provide the necessary support and technical support to make sure that animal health is primary focus of our activities and involvement in this particular regard. So, Honourable Speaker, the answer is yes. We are working on that particular matter, and I'm willing to assist these farmers, assist the local municipalities, since this is a very, very important matter. And we are getting, my office are getting numerous letters and complaints in this particular regard. And I think urban agriculture is, and urban farming is also now a global phenomenon all over the world. And we need to see how we can accommodate the small-scale farmers in a way that do not compromise animal health and human health, and the safety and the rule of law must apply in our municipal areas of jurisdiction. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I now recognize Honourable Maran.
Speaker, thanks. The MC have responded to a question that I wanted to ask, whether there is any role that municipalities have to play. And I can clearly pick up from his answer that yes, there is a role that they have to play, but we would like to understand what role do municipalities play in the control of farm, peri-urban or stock animals, and are they consequently enforced?
Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Maran. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Member Maran. I think municipalities absolutely has a role to play. Firstly, because animals are firstly happening within a geographical area. That is normally within a geographical area of a municipality, and that's a B municipality. But remember that the C municipality also by law is also responsible for environmental health. So it's both a responsibility of the Department of Local Government, Department of Environmental Affairs, the Department of Agriculture, also both the B and C municipality in a cooperative way to assist the farmers, because these are farmers, not only subsistence farmers, but also farmers that do some business. And certainly we want to create an environment where farmers can do their business on a sustainable manner and in a peaceful way, not to disturb the local area. And so, Honourable Member Maran, in terms of, is there a specific role for them? Yes, the municipalities, as you know, have certain bylaws. And if there are particular animals, there are municipalities do have a bylaw that allow, Honourable Speaker, die munisipaliteit moet 'n skut hê waar die diere ook na die skut toe gaan. Daar was sekere bepaalde verantwoordelikhede for these municipalities in this particular regard, and we have picked up that some of these things are not always adhered to, and that's why with Minister Bradell and myself, we will take this matter also to the MINME and to the PCF structures, so that we also have full participatory consultation with the various municipalities to make sure that firstly we come up with a bylaw that is A, fully consulted, and B, practical, feasible, to be able to be implemented, and make sure that we certainly see that these bylaws are also enforced in a proper way. So yes, that is certainly the plan, that is certainly the idea, that we create an environment whereby animal health, environmental health, and the safety of the individuals should not be compromised, but we create an orderly regulatory framework within proper governance systems. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Speaker,
Thank
follow
you,
up.
Honourable Minister. I now recognize Honourable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. A short one to the Minister. Given what he just indicated as a response to just consult and consider all related issues on this matter, and understanding the pressures of the economic recovery and impact, especially in the levels of subsistence farming, how long should I think the public and ourselves anticipate conclusion that would at least bring some kind of certainty on this matter? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Nkondlo. Honourable Minister.
Honourable Speaker, I think I am not able, I have to be honest and frank here, I am not able to indicate now. I think let me first come back to the Parliament, the Western Cape Legislature, in terms of both the terms of reference, the scope of work, and the time frame. I'm quite happy to do that because I know Honourable Nkondlo. She was a member of my previous committee on finance. And so when she asks you a question, she's going to come up with a follow-up question in a future session. So I would like to come prepared to that meeting. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I have no hand. Who's speaking?
It's my hand was up, Speaker. It's Maran.
All right. Let me explain the process. When you speak, you drop your own hand. If you do not, then I drop it for you. Because there's also other members who may want to speak after the honourable member. So hence I had to drop it for you, Honourable Maran. Because I thought because you spoke, you had addressed the point and exhausted your intention to speak. So you may proceed, Honourable Maran.
Thanks, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, my last question to the MEC on this matter. I just wanted to check what the city of Cape Town and also the province is doing to make sure that the meat that's entering our province and also the borders of the city of Cape Town, what are they doing to make sure that those meat are safe for human consumption?
Thank you, Honourable Maran. Honourable Minister.
Well, Honourable Speaker, there are various methods and standard operating procedures in order to make sure at all the abattoirs, for example, we have state veterinary services from the Western Cape. So that's the first basis of making sure that the food safety standards are complied with, specifically in terms of meat production and also the distribution. Honourable Member Maran would also know that the Western Cape Department of Agriculture also has a veterinary export certification office that does the certification and the transportation of meat, particularly coming from the borders of the Western Cape. And at these border posts, we also have Western Cape State Veterinary Services there to make sure that there are proper animal health and safety standards in place, particularly as it relates to food security and food safety. These are one of the very highest standards of ensuring that we protect A, the workers, B, the people that must consume the meat. So I am quite certain, I'm quite confident that those processes are in place. As Honourable Member Maran will also know that we also have a state veterinary lab where monsters are taken, samples are taken, regular tests are being done and also certified. So I'm quite happy that as it relates to come to food safety standards, I'm quite confident that these are in place here in the Western Cape.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, I now go to question number 8. Question number 8 is been asked by Honourable Botha. to the Honorable Minister of Education. I now recognize Honorable Minister Schaefer.
Very much, Speaker, and thank you to Honourable Botha for the question. Part A, the number of incidents reported to safe schools for each year was as follows. 2018, 112, 2019, 111, 2020, 35, 2021, 5 from January to March this year. Part B1, our districts provide training and support as part of broader support on disciplinary issues. Professional staff are available at all times in districts to assist and advise schools on issues such as bullying. The districts also run a number of initiatives, awareness campaigns, and training programs in schools, which include learners signing anti-bullying pledges. Our Safe Schools Division has also run programs for many years designed to influence learner behavior, including learners prone to bullying and other victims. Part of our Transform to Perform strategy is driving the values conversations that need to take place in our schools and that often are not happening at home. The WCD Transform to Perform strategy has a values and education program that is currently being implemented in schools. Schools have been asked to choose 12 values for each month, one for each month of the year, and to explain, talk, show, and live those values. These values include respect for one another, kindness, caring, and so on. Schools are to have ongoing discussions with learners on values and undertake various initiatives that showcase them. Many of our principals have reported a decline in learner bullying, for example, as a result of this program, as they are being taught how to respect and consider one another and their feelings. We are also working together in the Western Cape government across various departments to try and address the complex social issues that give rise to young people engaging in antisocial behavior. Our learners also need to understand that by not speaking up, when they see this kind of abuse, they are part of the cycle, especially if they record a video or post about it on social media. Posting these videos amplifies the harm caused to the child being bullied. Our Raise Your Voice, Not Your Phone campaign aimed to improve awareness of bullying in all forms and to increase the chance of it being reported and stopped. We have worked with Google to develop an online safety curriculum guideline that seeks to teach learners the fundamentals of digital safety as well. The lessons have been rolled out through the Life Orientation program. The lessons are aimed to make learners aware of and have a better understanding of the implications of their actions on social media. Part 2, as noted, our districts provide training and support to schools on disciplinary issues and are available to assist and advise at all times and to provide support if a case is reported. The districts also engage in specific interventions when learners are identified as being at risk of problem behavior, including bullying, and monitor the impact of these evaluations. The detailed Abuse No More protocol provides guidance on roles and responsibilities in cases of abuse of any kind. Part C, it is difficult to determine the correlation between bullying and absenteeism, but it is understandable that a learner may want to stay home to avoid being bullied. This is why our department takes the proactive steps I have outlined to reduce the occurrence of bullying and takes action according to the Abuse No More protocol whenever cases are reported. And Part D, school governing bodies are pivotal in creating a school culture of positive behavior. The SGB is responsible for the establishment of a code of conduct for the school, which includes the anti-bullying policy. SGBs are trained on a 3-year cycle to capacitate the members to execute their responsibilities to ensure that the school has a positive behavior ethos. The Learner Code of Conduct should be reviewed on an annual basis to include and respond to emerging behavioral trends and address urgent issues. SGBs are also responsible for the dealing with disciplinary matters, such as bullying, in terms of the relevant disciplinary procedures. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, just for the record, I do have the hands of the following honorable members: Honorable Heron, Honorable Christians, Honorable Botha. I now recognize Honorable Botha, the first opportunity.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for the response in regard to my question. I'd like to then further know, given that learners are increasingly using online learning and the internet, what is the department doing to specifically address the risk of cyberbullying and to promote responsible internet usage? Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Botha. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, that is obviously a very important issue in the current modern tech era. We have a cyber wellness program. The WCED has the life orientation cyber wellness program that we aim to ensure that learners and teachers alike are aware of their digital footprint and the infinite potential of the cyber world to affect them and others in positive and negative ways. We've also issued a number of guidelines regarding cyberbullying. There are guidelines on e-safety in schools, educating towards responsible and ethical use of ICT in education. We also have guidelines on cellular phones and other mobile technologies in public schools, and guidelines on social media and networking in public schools. We also have a very innovative project with Google to develop and roll out an online safety curriculum that seeks to teach learners the fundamentals of digital safety, including cyberbullying. And this is a course of grade-specific lessons that have been rolled out through life orientation. And we've partnered with an organization called Web Rangers South Africa, a digital literacy program through which young people can gain essential skills and knowledge about the digital world. The program is about creating young digital citizens who know how to use the internet responsibly, and they then go and encourage their peers at school to do the same. Part of the program, participating learners attend training sessions and participate in activities online. They then use the training to participate in competition where they create innovative safety campaigns, that promote safe internet usage and their rights in the digital world. Also, we have paid some attention to our social media policies at schools and have provided detailed guidelines and a template to all schools to assist them in drawing up the social media policy as part of their code of conduct. The policy then needs to encourage learners and employees to act responsibly and be aware of the consequences associated with the use of social media. They must be made aware of the potential negative effects of internet use, including cyberbullying. And we are determining the progress of schools in drawing up this policy as part of our monitoring from the second term onwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Honorable Members. I now recognize Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, just last week, the MEC provided some written answers, to my written questions regarding sexual harassment and sexual abuse of learners. And the MEC identified that there'd been 102 cases over the last 5 years. I would like the MEC, if you can, to advise whether the alleged perpetrators of this harassment or abuse were reported by the department to the Social Services or Social Development Department and the police as is required by the Sexual Offences Act and the Child Care Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and to the member for the question. Our Abuse No More protocol deals with all those issues, and that is part of what they are expected to follow up. So my answer will be, to the best of my knowledge, that would have happened. But the honourable member is welcome to ask follow-up on specific cases if he wishes, but that is definitely the part of the protocol. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, just you know, we visited quite a number of schools, and when you come to schools, you see the values that are painted on the walls by learners. And that, of course, is, you know, to enhance the discipline and those type of things. Does the minister think, you know, that I see at certain schools and principals and, you know, management playing an active role in order to instill discipline and self-respect? I think if it's done at a local level at schools where principals takes the lead or whoever, we will have, you know, safer and better schools. So I've seen it at certain schools. I've not seen it in certain schools, and it definitely makes an impact when it comes to our learners. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Christians. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Christians. Yes, absolutely. Please will you let me know which schools you have not seen it at, because they are all required to do this, as I've mentioned. And yes, we are certainly seeing you know, success stories, as I've also stated in my response. It's anecdotal, but it's quite compulsive anecdotes. And that is the entire intention. We are finding that many learners don't get taught these values at home, and that when they are part of the school, it certainly does make a difference. And that is the intention of the program that we are running in schools, to try and mitigate the effects of not having these taught in the home on learners for the rest of their life and in their school career. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Porter.
Speaker, my hand was not raised. It was from before.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Porter. Honorable Said.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to get a sense as to whether the department has taken any action around the incidents that happened yesterday at the Belgravia High School. If we can just get a sense, what are the steps that are going to be taken and what steps have been taken? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Said. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. Yes, we certainly have. The school dealt with the matter in an absolutely excellent way, and I have to commend them for it. The day the incident happened, the parents of the learner who committed this act were called in immediately. The learner has been suspended pending a disciplinary hearing, and I'm advised that the family has also laid criminal charges against the perpetrator. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, that concludes question number 8. All of these are the questions that emerged from the previous sitting of the 6th of May. Now we move to the new questions for today. And question number 1 by Honorable van der Westhuizen to the Honorable Minister Bredel. I now recognize the Honorable Minister.
For the question, if he allows me, I'm going to hand the question in, and I'm just going to touch on one or two. It's quite a lengthy technical answer. The urbanization and climate change are two of the most defining manifestations of the 21st century that impacts directly on water sources. The Berg River falls within a catchment that is experiencing increased levels of urbanization since the mid-1990s, together with the backlog in service delivery to the historically disadvantaged communities. The Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning has been monitoring the water quality in the Berg River for most of the last, or for the past 7 years. Through the Berg River Improvement Plan. Although this is too short a period to determine long-term trends, the results have identified some changes in the water quality. Now, we must also remember there was a drought that also impacts on the river quite severely. So, Agwa Speaker, die departement se bergrivierwatergehalte monitoringsspan toon dat stedelike gebiede die hoofbron van bakteriologiese besoedeling van die bergrivier is, hoofsaaklik as gevolg van onvoldoende behandeling van riool en rioolwerke. En daarom was dit vir ons baie belangrik om oor die afgelope aantal jare redelike beleggings te doen in daardie rioolwerke. Ons moniteer dit geredelik. Ons besef die kwaliteit van die bergrivier het geweldige impak op die lewens van die mense in die Weskaap, sowel as ook die landbougemeenskap. En daarom is dit vir ons 'n baie belangrike projek. En ook so die ander riviere wat ons nog moet geweldig aandag aan gee. Ons moet ons riviere kwaliteit water op 'n hoogstaande gehalte hou, want dit sal ook ons buitelandse of ons uitvoere van landbouprodukte beïnvloed. Maar as die agbare lid my sal toelaat, sal ek dan die vraag vir hom inhandig en dan kan hy, as daar enige opvolgvrae is, ons dit dan eer. Dankie, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable van der Westhuizen.
Ja, dankie, agbare Speaker. Agbare Speaker, deur u aan die minister. Minister, 'n aantal jare gelede het Stellenbosch munisipaliteit 'n hele klompie verouderde rioolplase in die Franshoekvallei gekonsolideer tot 'n enkele moderne rioolplaas naby Wemmershoek. Diegene van u wat bekend is met die omgewing sal dit sien wanneer u daar die treinspoor wat na Franshoek toe gaan kruis. En die vraag is net of daardie belegging deur Stellenbosch plaaslike owerheid wel 'n bydrae gelewer het om uiteindelik die watergehalte in die Bergrivier merkbaar verbeter. Baie dankie.
Thank you, Honorable Van der Westhuizen. I now recognize the Honorable Minister. Your mic, Honorable Minister.
Ek is baie seker dat die opgradering in die Wimmershoek rioolplaas geweldig bydrae gelewer het. Toe ons destyds begin het in 2009 met baie klagtes oor die gehalte van die rivier en toe wat eintlik uitgeloop het op hierdie Bergrivier River Improvement Plan, was ons eerste gedagte was dat daar 3 groot besoedelaars was. Ons het gedink op daardie stadium dat dit was die rioolplase, dit was informele areas wat nie genoegsame dienste het nie en dan die landbougemeenskap wat sekere kunsmiddels ensovoorts gebruik. Navorsing het getoon dat die landbougemeenskap het 'n minder invloed op die besoedeling in die rivier en dit was definitief die rioolwerke en daarom was die opgradering van daardie rioolwerke van kardinale belang en dan die monitering daarvan vorentoe sal ook van kardinale belang wees om die gehalte in ons riviere en die les wat ons daar geleer het, moet ons natuurlik uitrol ook na ander riviere toe. Ongelukkig is dit 'n geweldige duur oefening, maar ek dink nie ons kan 'n prys sit op die kwaliteit van ons water in ons area nie. Ons het 2 groot uitdagings met klimaatsverandering en dit is die hoeveelheid water, maar ook die kwaliteit van die water. Ons moet albei eweveel aandag aan gee. Baie dankie.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now recognize Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker, and through you to the Minister. There is a consistent complaint from the community called Weltevrede in Wellington in the Drakenstein municipality about a sewer that leaks raw sewage into a stream that flows into the Berg River. So I wonder if the MEC is aware of this consistent problem and the flow of raw sewage into the stream which flows into the Berg River, and whether that Berg River monitoring or improvement plan that he mentioned is engaging with the Drakenstein municipality to finding a sustainable solution to the sewage overflow into the Berg River feeder stream. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. Honorable Minister.
That, Honourable Heron, my information is that problem was identified very quickly and that Drakenstein municipality managed to solve it before the sewer reached the river. But if you've got any other information, please send it to us. We're very serious. We need to protect our river systems. And there's other health issues around sewer that's leaking also. So it's very important that the green scorpions keep a very close eye on any sewer that's leaking and that we keep quite a strict discipline towards our municipalities to see to it that there's no leakage or spillage of sewage in rivers. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Maran, now you can activate your microphone. Honorable Maran, your microphone now you can activate it.
Activated, Speaker. Speaker, let me just quickly get to the question. The MEC was saying, Speaker, that we should not put a price in making sure that our water are healthy and safe. Yeah, and the Honourable Heron have also raised issues about Wellington and Drakenstein municipality, but we have also received a number of complaints from your Swellendam area where a company or factory is pumping some stuff into the river. And I know at some stage we have brought it under the attention of the department. But I would like to check, because they also, and I think the MEC and his department has been warned for numbers of years now about these transgressions that's taking place, especially when it comes to our water sources and others. What is he and his department doing to assist either the blue or the green scorpions to steam or bytrans gases properly. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Maran. Honorable Minister.
Yeah, Honourable Speaker, yeah, it's difficult. Obviously, we monitor it on an ongoing basis, and municipalities do transgress, and then the Green Scorpions will move in. We will hand directives to them, and they will then come back within the legal framework, and obviously then the process starts all over again. But it's very, I mean, we in this province put a huge effort into getting Green Scorpions trained. To get them accredited. I think we're one of the provinces who's got the most Green Scorpions on the ground working with municipalities. I can also ensure that there's no interference, political interference. We send in the Green Scorpions, they must do their job. If a directive is necessary, a directive is necessary. They normally try through the IGR framework to first go with a pre-directive, because we all got the responsibility to try and first find solutions. And if there's no or not satisfactory reaction from the municipal side, we will then move to a directive. But we must remember we also need to work through the IGR legislation. So some of these things do take longer. When it's a sewer spill, we try to move in as quickly as possible. And as I stated, some of these don't even reach the river because we clamp down on them very quickly. And I think going forward, it's important that we in this house realize that it's important to invest in the Green Scorpions, to invest in the oversight authorities so that we can keep a tight discipline on our municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, are there any further questions? It does appear that there's nothing else. All right. Now we move to the second question, Honorable Minister. And that is a question by Honorable van der Westhuizen to the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Honorable Minister, may I recognize you?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes, we have seen that since Statistic South Africa, their latest figures indicate that the gross domestic product, or the GDP as we call it, was also the most popular measure of economic performance, so that the coronavirus pandemic has had a negative impact on the economy here in South Africa. It had a devastating impact. And one of the things that we've seen, if you look at using the standard seasonally adjusted annualized basis, the South Africa's GDP for the second quarter of 2020 was about 51% lower than the previous year. And we've also seen that in the past year, we saw the second largest grain harvest ever recorded in South Africa, driven by a particular strong growth in the maize and the sunflower seed and soya. So despite the negative impact that it had on the agricultural sector, we did see some particular growth. One of the other impacts that we've seen is specifically in relation to the international logistics. Certainly there were some disruptions, particularly the air traffic. There were certain bottlenecks at the ports, resulting in ships passing Cape Town and Harbour and shortage of containers. We have also seen that there was also and still is a global realignment. This is largely to do with the nationalization, as we've seen, particularly in the respect of the competition in the vaccines and the farm inefficiencies abroad. It also challenges the import of key inputs, particularly technology inputs. And there were also changing of consumer preferences, and there were also differences in the applications of the regulations, the changing lockdown regulations that certainly also slowed down the economy. Honorable Speaker, the disruptions of farming and agri-processing businesses, cost of compliance to regulations, induced inefficiencies, particularly as that added additional costs to the agricultural sector, various protocols that suddenly had to be complied with. That was new additional input cost, obviously necessary to maintain the safety, but it certainly had a knock-on effect on the total business operations in agriculture. There were also challenges in domestic trade. closure of retail outlets and restaurants. There were disruptions of domestic value chains, regulations also ignoring the importance of informal trade, social unrest, and also the decline in the shifting purchasing powers. There were also very unfavorable legislative environment, particularly the ban on the sale of certain products, particularly wool, uh, wine, cotton, and flour. Particularly during the harvest season, we have seen that many of the flour farmers were unable to transport their products, particularly at the end of the harvesting season, so that had a devastating impact, but also on the whole industry. But despite these particular challenges, we have seen massive growth in the agricultural sector, and we are particularly happy that we are now busy with the economic recovery process. And as we know, Speaker, the pandemic is not yet over, and the recovery from it will continue over a long time. But we also know that agriculture, being dependent on consumption demand, will be impacted by the loss of household income as a result of the losses of jobs over time. But we are now working in the Western Cape Department of Agriculture on the economic agriculture recovery plan, a post-COVID-19 agriculture plan, to make sure that we certainly will be able to deal with this, not only COVID, but the whole repurposing of the economy, but also the negative impact on climate change here in the Western Cape. As you know, the devastating impact of the drought over the last 7 years had a devastating impact. So it's both the climate change together with the impact of COVID. But one of the things that we have seen is that agriculture, despite COVID-19, is very resilient. And certainly, we will continue to support the agricultural sector. We will continue to support market access, because it is still important that we maintain our position also here in the Western Cape as the biggest contributor to revenue generation from agriculture, but also the biggest production in agriculture, also the biggest contributor to commercial agriculture here in the Western Cape. And so when we met with Statistic South Africa, Stats SA, they have given us the latest figures from 2017. We have seen that the commercial agriculture survey has generated 64.4 billion rand in the revenue in the economy here in the Western Cape. And with a massive growth, we're now seeing, specifically in terms of the citrus industry in South Africa, we need to facilitate more direct transportation through our Cape Town port, and we have massive inefficiencies. I have met again this week with the Citrus Growers Association. The colleague, the Minister of Finance and Economic Opportunities, have also met with the Ports Authority on a regular basis. I have now been requested to arrange through the chairperson of the Department of the Standing Committee on Economic Development, Honourable Member Deirdre Bartman, to also create an opportunity for the Citrus Growers Association to also put their concerns before the Standing Committee. And I had spoken to her earlier this morning, and she has agreed that that meeting will take place very soon. And I'm very thankful for Honourable Member Bartman for facilitating a meeting to this effect. And I'm also thankful for the work that the Minister of Finance and Economic Development has already done in this particular regard. But for me, the matter is now urgent, because we certainly cannot now continue to allow our citrus and generally our fruit to be exported through Durban Harbour. We need to fix the situation here. And I've also inquired about the harbour potential in Saldanha, and certainly I've received an answer. That's definitely a no-no in terms of that. This is for us important, because what we are seeing globally, Honourable Speaker, is that the United Kingdom, they import about 14% of all South Africa's fruit that we export are going to the United Kingdom. 44% of all the fruit that we export around the world, 44 goes to the European Union. And we also export citrus also to Russia and also to China and large parts of the Middle East. So for us, this is very, very important. And the Western Cape is responsible for 50% of all South Africa's agricultural exports. And we want to maintain that. And that's why we are working very closely with the various stakeholders to maintain that. And I have set additional target to increase our agricultural exports from the Western Cape over the next 5 years by 5%. And Speaker, that will translate into 19,000 new jobs. So we are determined, we are committed, and we are very pleased that the agricultural sector, our farmers, agri workers, our producers have done their bit during COVID-19. But what we also see and know is that COVID-19 has also led to permanent changes in terms of people's consumer demands. There's a great demand for citrus. Maybe it has also to do with the contributory medication, perhaps for fighting COVID-19. And so we are very pleased. We have also seen record harvesting, particularly in the grain industry here in the Western Cape, and we are particularly proud. This is the second biggest harvest in the grain industry in the last 60 years that we have seen. So despite COVID-19, we have seen massive pockets of growth and exportation. And that is largely to do with the resilience of the agricultural sector. This does not mean that there are not problems. We still have large parts here of the Western Cape affected by the drought, particularly in Matsikama area, the whole area of the Central Karoo, as well as the Klein Karoo, and we certainly are working with this particular regard. So the post-agricultural recovery plan will come to the standing committee. Honourable Member Van der Westhuizen as the chair, and we will certainly have a discussion with the standing committee about this particular matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now recognize Honorable Van der Westhuizen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, through you to the Minister. Minister, thank you very much, and I'm grateful that you've highlighted and that you were able to inform us that agriculture in the Western Cape has seen a very good year. I believe that we've also become the second biggest citrus exporter in the world, and I think that is no small feat. But my question is, Speaker, what is the effect of the ongoing talks, I almost want to say the word threats, of changing Section 25 of the Constitution, the so-called expropriation without compensation drive that we see in our country? Has that had a marked effect on investment in the agricultural sector or not? What do you learn from being amongst the farmers? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Van der Westhuizen. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you to Honorable Member Van der Westhuizen for that particular question. One of the things that we know is that to grow a business, you need further investment to grow your business. But to get further investments, it is dependent on consumer confidence, business confidence, and investor confidence. Now, there's one thing that affects both business confidence, consumer confidence, and investment confidence. It is policy uncertainty. And we know for a fact, and the impact is clear, what is the impact of expropriation without compensation? That is one of the biggest sources of policy uncertainty that is currently and will in future have a major negative impact on the growth of the agricultural sector. For example, we looked at the gross capital formation, and we have certainly seen that there were, over the last couple of years, and particularly the last 2 years, a slight decline in the investment. We haven't seen major new investments despite some form of investments in pack houses and pack stores. And everybody, members of this legislature, whenever you travel outside the city of Cape Town, in the rural areas, one thing that you will see, the major investments that we did notice, and it's visible when you travel, is infrastructure in terms of netting. That has also to do with climate change, the weather conditions, the climatic impact on certain commodities. And so for us, we have seen not major significant investments into agriculture because of the policy uncertainty that we've seen. We've monitored it. We have done the economic profile for 2020, and in that presentation, I've specifically asked my staff, were there any major significant further investment, and what was the quantum of that investment? It became very clear that there was a slight decline in the investment, and that has largely to do with the policy uncertainty in terms of expropriation. But Honourable Speaker, we know what has happened with expropriation without compensation elsewhere in the world. We have a case study of Venezuela in the year during 1999. Venezuela amended their constitution through expropriation without compensation. That was a constitutional amendment. In the year 2011, they passed in a specific law to give effect to that constitutional amendment. This is what then happened in Venezuela. People, the ordinary people, did not benefit from that land allocation, but politicians were the beneficiaries of that expropriation within Venezuela. When the politicians were beneficiaries of expropriation without compensation, we have seen a massive decline in food production to the extent that Venezuela had to import food. They implemented food queues, there were food riots, and they also had to use trucks to transport the food. And when the foods were transported, the trucks were hijacked. When the trucks were hijacked, because a hungry man is a violent man, we have then seen that the army was brought into Venezuela to assist with the food transportation and logistical network. That led to no proper defense systems on the border. So foreigners and illegal drug traders came into Venezuela. The economy collapsed, and later, the inflation rate was 1 million%. Now that is when you have expropriation without compensation through the lens of the National Democratic Revolution. The same system was followed in Zimbabwe. And so if you ask me, what is the risk? The banking sector will totally collapse because all of us, and this is not only land, it is expropriation of property, buildings, anything. We also note, Speaker, that this is a very serious matter because the international bilateral agreements through which South Africa is a signatory to are also having a founding principles contained in those agreements, and one of those are respecting international property rights. And so what we are seeing the expropriation without compensation will do is violating those international and bilateral agreements. That will have a major negative impact on our ODA, the Overseas Development Assistance, and certainly we can expect major big trouble. The state of our economy, the state of our fiscal framework require foreign direct investment. And with this issue of expropriation without compensation, it has been a major risk flagged by the European Union. It is a governance risk. It is an economic risk identified by major international role players here doing business in South Africa. So I think there are better options for land reform. We in the Western Cape have done some land reform, and very successful land reform has taken place here in the Western Cape. And the study was done in the year 2014 amongst about 246 farms. And we use 39 criteria to determine whether this land reform farms in 2014, about 246 land reform farms were evaluated through the lens of 39 criteria. And that study, independent study, has shown that we had a 62% successful rate of land reform. A similar study was then done later in the year 2018, in other words, 4 years later, on a number of additional farms, and that is, in this case, 243 farms. And that second study confirmed that land reform in the Western Cape, an independent study, had, using the same 39 criteria, then produced a 72% successful rate of land reform. And I think there is the lesson. This government believes in data-led governance and evidence-based practice. We have the data, we have the evidence that land reform in the Western Cape is a model that works and produces the results. Certainly, are we perfect? Absolutely not. Can we improve? We must improve and will continuously improve. But certainly, expropriation is a risk also for the banking sector in South Africa, because people have mortgages and bonds. And if people expropriate your property, you will obviously not be able to pay back those loans on the books, and the banking sector will collapse completely. And once your banking sector collapses completely, it is all over, game over, constitutional crisis, the country collapse. And that's what we need to protect, since we are a constitutional democracy. And soon we will have public hearings here in the Western Cape. And we all took an oath as members of this legislature that we will respect the laws of this country. And I hope that we will respect the laws of this country to maintain constitutional democracy. If we continue with expropriation without compensation, Zimbabwe and Venezuela are not the good examples. There are successful examples of land reform, and we are happy to share those lessons. Land reform must happen in South Africa. And so we have seen that the national government has failed in the last 25 years and now use land reform and expropriation without compensation as a cheap political tool because there is now an election. And that's the real danger. When dictators see the end of their term of office in government, they normally grab land and use what is called distributive policies to masses, but I'm afraid in South Africa it will fail. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Honourable Maran, please mute that. You
muted, Speaker?
No, you are not. Will you please mute yourself, sir, so that we don't create the echo that we are hearing right now? I now recognize Honorable Marais, and then Honorable Maran will be following after the Minister's response. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for your very wide response to the questions on your portfolio. It's much appreciated. But I want to take you on to another issue. How sure are you that in order to offset ever-escalating costs to farmers, they will change from being labor-intensive to capital-intensive? I've heard you to say that they had a turnover of 64 billion rand. Oh, well, that could be turnover. That's not profits. People confuse sales with profits. There's input costs that must still be taken care of. And then especially labor and buying of machinery in that. But this farming over the past couple of years and the 50%, shall I say, you mentioned a figure of 50% of South Africa's food production is in the Western Cape. Did that result in improved living standards for the farm workers? Did it result in more farm workers being employed? Or is farm labor at the moment mostly given to foreigners, especially Zimbabweans? Doesn't that negatively affect the image of farming in South Africa? So I want to put it to you, Minister, Are you aware of greater capitalization of farmers, which says it is easier and cheaper to make use of tractors than to employ labor, which is more costly? And what are we going to do about it? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Murray. And I recognize the Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Murray. Thank you for that question. Yes, there's always the trade-offs between mechanization and manual labor. And I think we have seen during the COVID-19 an increase in the employment of agri-workers here in the Western Cape. That is a result of the, so you asked me, was that a direct benefit? The answer is yes. Was there a better revenue generation? Yes, we have seen, for example, that if you look at here in the Western Cape, the total number of people that are employed in the sectors of the economy, the agri workers constitute about 17% of all the people that are employed in the Western Cape are from the agricultural sector here in the Western Cape. If you look at that from a perspective of South Africa, it's about 27% of all the farm workers. You've also referred to the whole issue of 50%. Well, it's not 50% of the production of all South Africa's agricultural exports. In South Africa, we have done a study through the University of Stellenbosch, the Bureau for Economic Research, BER. They've done a study and looked at what happened between the year 2008 and the year 2018. In other words, over a 10-year period. And over that 10-year period, we have seen that the Western Cape contributed 50% of all South Africa's agricultural exports. You ask me, did the workers benefit? Certainly through their salaries, through their further employment. Obviously, one would love to see more of that, but I'm very appreciative of the work that many farmers are doing in terms of improving the living conditions, improving some of the challenges relating to ESCOM, making available also some solar panels, panels for the whole issue of geysers. So I have seen in that particular case, we have also done a survey, Honorable Member Mare, and maybe to have more factually evidence-based information. We are very happy to come to the Standing Committee of Agriculture to share the survey that we have conducted with agri-workers so that I don't give a general answer as I do now, but I give a specific answer also in specific geographical areas. Certainly, I am happy to do that. So yes, in terms of the employment situation, I always encourage farmers to employ people who are legitimately, legally, have papers from Home Affairs and the Department of Labor, and that comply with all the regulatory framework. Obviously, if you believe in the rule of law, you have to employ people who are legitimately in your country, who are legally in your country, and I do not encourage any farmer or any business people to employ people who are illegally in the country. And we also have to accept that agri-workers from Zimbabwe are great workers. I know of workers from Zimbabwe who rented a farm. They wanted to plant some commodities there, and they were told by the farmer, now it won't work. Well, those guys from Zimbabwe surprised, and they were here legally, and they surprised the farmer with crops that he has never seen on his own farm. So they bring also a wealth of experience. Zimbabwe people are great farmers. And I think this issue of using local farmers and legally farmers is always something that the colleagues deal with. But anybody that is illegal in the country is certainly must be dealt with. And if there are any such cases, we normally refer it to the Department of Home Affairs and the Department of Labor, because that is a labor relations matter that we need to respond to. But the issue, fundamental question of Honorable Member Mare, you say there are growth in the agricultural sector. there's revenue generation in the agriculture sector. Does the workers primarily benefit from that growth? Let's bring the survey that we have done to the Standing Committee and unpack that answer in greater detail, if that's fine with Honourable Member Maran. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, that concludes the time for oral questions. The questions for oral reply that have not been attended will all be printed in Hansard, and that will then lead us to the next item on the order, on the business of the day, and that is the member statements. Honourable members, I now recognize the DA.
So you have dealt with me on this particular question, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you,
Next.
Speaker.
Order. Please proceed, Honourable Mitchell.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, it's almost been 2 years since the MOU between PRASA and the provincial government has been signed. In addition to this, it's been a year since the Standing Committee of Transport and Public Works has been briefed about the turnaround strategy for the Western Cape rail transport. And yet here we are, Speaker, with informal settlements having been established on the railways and train stations vandalized to the brink of destruction. The Central Line is still not fully operational, despite the support of the Western Cape, the Western Cape government has given to PRASA. Not only does this disruption disrupt day-to-day economic activities, but it also adversely affects the disposable income of those who rely on public transport. Consumers have been forced to substitute rail transport with that of taxis. Over the past 8 years, the use of trains has decreased by 64% and has resulted that there has been an increase of 16% in taxi use. As it currently stands, the industry is responsible for transporting of 15 million people every day, or more concisely, 75% of all daily commuting. Whilst the only long-term solution is for South Africa to have an efficient and affordable rail service, this provincial government stepped in the interests of the citizens of this province. Honourable Speaker, the Blue Dot Taxi initiative, which was recently launched, builds on from the experiences of the Red Dot Taxi service and aims to address the violence in the taxi industry and to improve general service for commuters. This will be done through incentivizing better behavior through an award system, and so far, Honourable Speaker, 1,000 taxis signed up. Through you, Speaker, my question to the opposition is this. Do you offer the same level of support to the taxi industry and commuters where your party governs? As this DA-led government steps up to the plate, we look forward to National finally delivering on its mandate. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Mitchell. I now recognize the ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ANC is saddened and angered by the mass shootings that left 13 people dead and scores of others seriously wounded in Khayelitsha over the weekend. We condemn these heinous crimes in the strongest possible terms and convey our deepest sympathies to all the bereaved families. It has been widely accepted that criminal gangs fighting for territory and control of the extortion ring in the area is what led to the massacre. This is not the first nor the second or third time that we witness mass shootings in Khayelitsha or other townships in the province. But the brazenness and brutality with which the latest shooting spree was committed is shocking and should push everyone in action to reclaim the streets from the gangs. Something drastic needs to be done. We need all stakeholders in Khayelitsha to join hands to suppress gangsterism in the area. In this regard, we commend the KDF, which has already started organizing the people and all stakeholders in the community to find lasting solutions to the crisis. We welcome the swift response by the Western Cape Police Integrated Task Team comprised of intelligence officials and a combat contingent amongst others, which resulted in arrest of 11 suspects on early hours of Monday morning. On top of all SAP's efforts to deal with extortionists in the province, the National Minister and the Police Commissioner, both provincially and nationally, should urgently find ways to implement Recommendation 7 of Khayelitsha Commission of Inquiry, which spoke to the urgent reallocation of human resources to 3 Khayelitsha police stations. The MEC should also deploy more LEAP officers to Khayelitsha and and for peace and stability purposes. In turn, the MEC should brief this House on how many LEAP officers will be deployed and for what duration. The DA government and the Standing Committee of Community Safety should spend more time in supporting SAPS to do more than playing politics to advance their ill-advised provincial police force. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kama. Honorable members, I now recognize the EFF. The EFF is not present in the House today. In the absence of the EFF, I now recognize the DA.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this province, like every province in the country, is facing a severe economic consequences due to COVID-19 pandemic and the hard lockdown regulations, with a decimated key sectors such as tourism and the hospitality industry, and also the arts and culture sector. But not every province has a metro that performs as well as the city of Cape Town, who despite the circumstances are still able to secure more than 11.2 billion rand worth of investments, which created more than 7,000 jobs and trained more than 3,000 people in key sectors such as the call center operations, clothing manufacturing, arts and craft design, and the green economy, and of course boat building. In fact, Speaker, the city has numerous projects and programs that set up businesses and entrepreneurs to succeed in our city. The city works to reduce red tape and improve the ease of doing business, and has seen it ranked first in 2 categories in the sub-national doing business survey conducted by the World Bank. That's in a global pandemic. The city has established a business hubs, which helps entrepreneurs to set up and improve their businesses. The help desk advises businesses on how to apply for startup funding and draw up business plan. Recently, the Cape Skills and Employment Accelerator projects was launched and will create employment for over 200 women and youth in the textile industry, while it partners with more than 40 SMMEs to empower and uplift Cape Town's historically rich textile industry. Our township economies, which are vital to the economic prosperity of Cape Town, have not been left behind. The Small Business Incubation and Development Project, which support local business incubators with funding, facilities and business development workshops in Nyanga, Khayelitsha, and Atlantis. Speaker, in conclusion, despite the global pandemic, the DA-led city of Cape Town was the metro with the lowest unemployment rate in the 4th quarter of 2020 in South Africa. That's the DA difference. That is where we govern. The economic programs and the interventions by the city of Cape Town are working, are protecting, and are create jobs across the city of Cape Town, and that's to the DA-governed city of Cape Town. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mackenzie. Honorable members, I recognize the Good Party. I now recognize Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker. We have no statement.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. Honorable Christians, ACTP.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ICDP is very concerned about the video that went viral, where a boy set a girl's hair light at Belgravia High School. Speaker, the boy was suspended and the girl was sent for counseling. And the ICDP wants to thank the Belgravia High School for taking swift action. But Speaker, we also, as the ICDP, want to urge victims of bullying at schools to report these incidents. It's the only way to curb these incidents is to report these incidents. But Speaker, I even want to go further to say that the department and the minister must really look at the person that is doing the bullying, the perpetrator, because many of them come from households where they are abused, and maybe it's another area where the department can look into to see how we can, how the department and the schools can assist the perpetrators of bullying, because like I said, sometimes they come out of homes or they come out of communities where they are being bullied and then they bully at school. So I would like the minister to take special note of that, so that we also attend to the victim but also to the perpetrator. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable members, I now recognize the ANC. Honorable Chief Whip of the ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me just go through this. Can you give me a minute, Speaker? My apologies.
Then you will have 1 minute to deliver your member statement, Honorable Chief Whip. Unless I have to proceed. And then you'll have forfeited your opportunity in terms of
It's
the
fine.
rules.
I'm okay, Speaker. Can I go on?
May proceed.
Thank you. The ANC welcomes the decision by the Cape High Court yesterday to interdict the sale of, among others, the SABC Rocklands building in Seapoint. We commend the Minister of Human Settlement, Honorable Lindy Sisulu, for championing this cause of ensuring that state and parastatal buildings be used and revamped for integrated social housing. We in this province know all too well that the Tafelberg matter is still not concluded. Despite our pleas, together with numerous other non-governmental and community organizations for this provincial government to do the right thing and use Tafelberg as a space for integration and build a truly non-racial society, the DA-led provincial government continues to block any meaningful effort to use Tafelberg for integrated social housing. We in this province know all too well that this DA-led provincial government will do all in its power to prevent the integration of our communities and deconstruct apartheid spatial planning and implementation. The Rocklands building must therefore be identified as one suitable for social housing and ensure that areas such as Seapoint become fully integrated. We welcome the progressive stance our court has taken in ensuring that unilateral decisions are not taken, but rather the needs of the broader communities are considered when state and parastatal buildings are disposed of. We call on the National Department of Human Settlement to continue championing integrated human settlement. For we know that this DA government works for and continues to perpetuate past privilege. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chief. Honorable members, I now recognize the DA.
Honorable Speaker, our oceans are under pressure. Just this week, the police again arrested 2 individuals for the illegal possession of almost 24,000 dried abalone on the N7 close to Philippi. Thus far, the sole reliance on legal restrictions and regulations have not been successful to protect wild abalone stocks. It is estimated that more than 2,500 tons of abalone are poached annually, exceeding the almost 2,000 tons that's commercially produced. Without an effective Coast Guard and law enforcement capacity, it's been difficult to prevent the decimation of wild abalone stocks. South African abalone farms produce only about 1.6% of the 170,000 tons consumed globally and is already creating 3,000 jobs. The potential for growth is therefore massive. Yet South African abalone is some of the cheapest in the market due to the poor quality of poached confiscated abalone that is later put back in the market through auctions. The Abalone Farmers Association of South Africa has already presented solutions to the Standing Committee. Their plans include stock enhancement, which sows abalone larvae at suitable venues along our coast. Local communities could also gain the right to farm with abalone, and there can be regulations to ensure that abalone is only processed by legal process. National government should go back to the drawing board and seriously engage with commercial abalone farms on their proposals. Public-private partnerships in Japan and New Zealand resulted in commercial abalone farms providing the larvae, also called spat plantings, to government initiatives in order to restock wild abalone. It's time to learn from international experience and adapt that knowledge for local conditions. We have the potential to create jobs and protect a species that has fed humans over many centuries. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable van der Westhuizen. Honorable members, Honorable the Leader of the Opposition, your hand is up. Is it inadvertently up or you wanted to raise a point of order? All right. Let us move, honorable members. Order, honorable members.
Speaker,
I
Speaker.
recognize Honorable Dagmar.
Speaker, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Speaker?
Who is that now?
It's Member Dagmar.
Oh, your voice is very transformed today, Honorable Dagmar. May I please?
Yeah, no, I've had to move to my phone. I've had to move to my phone, but just to say that I'm connected now. I'm not sure whether I still have an opportunity to do my state.
We had Honorable the Chief Whip delivered the statement on behalf of the ANC. Thank you, Honorable Dagmo. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Marais, FF+.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus recorded a massive increase in support at the polls in yesterday's by-election in Tshwane, Pretoria. We increased our vote from a low mere 4% in 2016 to 31% of the vote at the expense of the Democratic Alliance. This trend is a huge swing away from the DA and left-wing politics to a more conservative approach that should be adopted in South Africa if we want to bring law and order back and stimulate the economy and increase international interest in our country, which has now been rated as a failed state. We being 85th on the world's list of failed states because we cannot feed our people, bring about economic stability, and govern corruption free. Freedom Front Plus is on the march. We've become an unstoppable force. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Marais. Order, honorable members. I now recognize Al-Jamar, Honorable Brenkes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in solidarity with the Palestinians in their struggle against apartheid, we note that the situation in Israel and Palestine has once again led to the avoidable deaths of many people inside Gaza and Israel, and multiple more deaths in East Jerusalem and the West Bank. We know that the United Nations Security Council appears unable to even express a motion of concern about the violence and the deaths. We believe that the two-state Oslo process is dead, and an alternative way must be found to bring justice and peace to the situation. We know that the life of a baby in Gaza cannot be of less value than the life of a baby in Sderot. We know that the life of a woman in Tel Aviv cannot be more precious than the life of a woman in Gaza. Furthermore, we move that as a provincial government, we cannot be indifferent or resign ourselves to intractability. On the contrary, we should do what the anti-apartheid movement called on other allies to do when we were struggling against apartheid, and calls made to the governments were not to do business with apartheid South African companies, and they complied. We asked that South African government and its lobbies not be represented officially at any legislative functions, and they complied. We asked that apartheid South Africa trade missions be barred from legislative functions, and they did. We asked that apartheid South Africa not be permitted to use any cultural and sporting facilities under the control of the legislators.
Thank you, Honorable Brenkes. Your time is concluded.
Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable members, I now recognize the DA.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Deirdre Bartman. May I proceed?
Who may proceed, Honorable Bartman? Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Speaker, fellow South Africans, in a global pandemic, financial accountability is more important now than ever. People want to know when they'll be receiving their vaccines, but people also want to know how the people's money has been spent. It is for this reason that the Western Cape Provincial Treasury started producing the Procurement Disclosure Report to showcase that the Western Cape government spent the people's money to the benefit of the people across its public procurement. So far, the Western Cape departments have collectively spent more than 144 million rand, or 22%, on micro enterprises, these being enterprises earning less than 10 million rand each. There's been more than 280 million rand, or 33%, on small enterprises. These are enterprises earning 10 to 50 million rand, totaling more than 55% spent on SMMEs, or just over 431 million rand. Further, the Western Cape public entities have collectively spent more than 61% on SMMEs, or just over 2 million rand. The Western Cape government consistently shows that we prioritize and recognize the importance of small and micro enterprises in our economy by outperforming the national mandate that 30% of all COVID-19 expenditure must be spent on SMMEs. Further, the Auditor General's report indicated that 75% of departments and entities of the Western Cape government received a clean audit, and only 20% received unqualified with no findings, meaning essentially that in total 95% of the Western Cape government was found to have sufficient internal controls to prevent the irregular and unauthorized and wasteful expenditure. In terms of governance controls, the Western Cape government leadership received a score of 100%, nearly double that of the next best province, which is KwaZulu-Natal, at 52%, and 95% more than the worst province, which is the Northwest, scoring only 5%. Ratings Africa's recent report also showed that the city of Cape Town remains South Africa's only metropolitan municipality in financial good standing. This is evidence of the financial accountability of the Western Cape. Thank you, Speaker.
Your time is up. Thank you. Honorable members, in terms of Rule 145, subsection 6, honorable members in the executive, you have the opportunity where one or two members of the executive, in fact, one or more, may respond.
Speaker?
You've got a maximum of 5 minutes altogether to do so.
Speaker?
Is that a point of order?
Yes, Speaker, sorry, am I still able to do my statement?
No, Honorable Dagmo. The Chief Whip of the opposition, Honorable Leke, dealt with a statement from the ANC.
Amandla, thank you.
That is out of order, Honorable Dagmo. May I proceed to the executive? Is there any member of the executive that wishes to respond? None. Thank you. Honorable members, that concludes the member statements. We now move to notices of motion. In terms of the new rule, Rule 151, all notices of motion by members are required to be delivered to the Secretary for placing in the order paper. I trust that the members have done that. These motions then will subsequently be submitted and published on the order paper below the line. Now, may I then, at this point, go to the motions without notice. The motions without notice in terms of Rule 150, the honorable members will know that Rule 150 pertaining to motions without notice, condolences motions and also the motions of congratulatory in nature were submitted to the programming authority prior to this plenary, and that was the 18th of May. So the honorable members are also reminded that the motions without notice pertaining to congratulatory and condolence will not be allowed in this sitting that have not been processed by the programming authority, which is you not be delivering it here now. All of these have been recorded. Let me further state that I've been informed that in the programming authority meeting on the 18th of May, 2021, all the political parties did submit the names of the honorable members in the desired order of speaking, and who had wished to move a motion without notice in this sitting of the House. I will therefore, just for noting, honorable members, and for the purposes of minute taking, call out the honorable members whose names have accordingly been submitted and approved by the programming authority. The following honorable members and the motions that they've submitted and approved by the programming authority are the names that I'm going to be reading. The first is the Honorable America. Number 2 is Honorable Dagmo. Honorable America, for the record, is from the DA, and the Honorable Dagmo is from the ANC. Honorable Masego from the DA. Honorable Dagmo from the ANC, that's number 4. Number 5, Honorable America, again from the DA, and Honorable Klego from the EFF. Number 7, Honorable Philander from the DA, and Honorable Allen from the DA, number 8. Honorable Christians from the ACDP, number 9. Number 10 is Honorable Vent Fochel from the ANC. Lastly, on the agreed motions at the programming authority, which are obviously congratulatory nature and or condolences of motion. And the last one is Honorable Makamba Poja from the EFF, and that is the 11th. I now put to the House the motions duly submitted and approved by the programming authority. Are there any objections, honorable members? No objections. Agreed to.
Speaker, may I address you?
Honorable Murray, is that a point of order, sir?
No, I just want clarity. I want to make sure that my motion was submitted and I was assured it will be on the paper. I don't see my name, haven't been read also, and I'm just inquiring. I'm not a member who every week have 10 motions. I'm one member. I have one every 3 months. And I'm just worried why it never appears in the order paper.
Thank you, Honorable Murray. I'm still busy and I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Let me proceed.
Thank
and
you.
Then if you are not covered, we'll definitely make sure that you are covered. Let's proceed. The honorable members, the motions will appear in the minutes of proceedings and in Hansard in each individual member's name, as if that honorable member has read the motion loud here in the House. So all of these motions are recorded as such. I will now afford the opportunity to the honorable members to move motions without notice as per the standing rule 150 subsection 2D. This could also include motions without notice that were not approved in the programming authority. So the honorable members are reminded that the 30 minutes rule will apply as per the standing rule 150 subsection 2D, which starts now. Now, in simple terms, honorable members, I press the dial, the watch now to set the time. At the end of 30 minutes, I stop with the motion. So I now recognize I've got a speaker, I've got a list of parties here. And the ACDP and the FF Plus, Honorable Mare, does appear as well. So you will find an opportunity to speak. I now recognize the DA. Please, all the parties, wait for your turn and listen attentively. Thank you very much, the DA.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move a motion without notice that this House notes that during the Muslim holy month of Ramadan, the faithful are encouraged to support vulnerable residents and extends its gratitude to the Muslim communities of the Western Cape for their invaluable generosity during the month of Ramadan, and welcomes the hosting of iftar for the poor and needy as demonstrated by the Muslim communities in the province, and supports the ongoing charitable efforts of Muslim residents in uplifting the vulnerable. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Mackenzie. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections. Are there any objections to the motion itself? No objections. Agreed to. Now I recognize the ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes and welcomes the efforts of the UIF and the Department of Labor through the Follow the Money project to verify if the UIF tiers were used as intended and monies paid to the intended beneficiaries that resulted in one fraudulent case involving 3.8 million rands by an employer in the Western Cape, currently with the Special Investigation Unit, the SIU. Further calls on the Premier to give support where required to bring this company to book in keeping with the spirit of good governance in the province. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Nkondlo. Honorable members, are there no objections to the motion being read without notice? No
Objection. It has to be the Labour Department that has to bring that. Thank you.
Is that an objection?
Yes, thank you. It's not in the provincial mandate. Department of Labour must bring that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bartman. That's an objection. The motion will be printed in the order paper. Honorable members, we move to the DA. The DA.
Thank you, Speaker. I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance without notice that this House condemns the spate of murders and violence in Khayelitsha, Kraaifontein and Mfuleni over the weekend of 15 and 16 May 2021, in which at least 14 individuals lost their lives. Extend our heartfelt condolences to the families and loved ones of the deceased, and welcomes the arrest of 11 suspects of these crimes on Monday, the 17th of May. We further calls for the comprehensive, effective investigation into these heinous criminal activities and swift response from our criminal justice system, and notes that the violent criminality plagues communities, thus demonstrating the severe need for full implementation of the Western Cape Government Provincial Safety Plan, and emphasizes that the Provincial Safety Plan is designed to assist the South African Police Service, which, due to a lack of policing resources and effective national leadership, is unable to fulfill its safety mandate in the Western Cape. I so move.
Too long.
Thank you, Honorable Allen. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
There is. It's too long.
Objection noted, and the motion will be printed in the order paper.
Speaker?
Chief Whip?
Just to understand, is there a rule that says that motions have a particular length?
Yes.
Chief Whip, there is no rule, but there seems to be an issue of desirability by the Honorable Chief of the ANC. Will you change your position if I have to rule differently? In this case, let me just be clear. Honorable Chief Whip of the majority party, there is no rule that says because it's long or because you just don't like it, then you must vote differently. But we can certainly check if the Honorable the Chief Whip of the opposition have a different view, why she's objecting to the motion.
It borders to a statement.
We need a reason to object in terms of the standing rules.
That's the reason.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable the Chief Whip of the opposition.
in as much as I do not want to respond, but Honorable Maran has covered me fairly well.
All right. There are two areas of objection in the motion. One is the motion being moved without notice, which is an objection can be on those bases that it was moved without notice. Then the second one is when there is an area or a dispute on the content thereof, which then that could also be one. So which one are we dealing with? We don't have one that deals with the length.
Deputy Speaker, can I address you? Why is it that we have to argue on this motion now? Because there's an objection, and the issue is there's an objection to the motion, and that should carry.
Thank you, Chief Whip. I wanted to hear what is the objection. You just answered it's an objection to the motion. So that is the grounds that which you can do objection on the motion or an objection to the motion being read without notice. We're just following the rules, Madam the Chief Whip.
Thank you.
Honorable Chief Whip of the majority party, we now move, and the honorable members, we are now moving to the next motion, and now recognize, in the absence of the EFF, I now recognize the DA. Honorable Bom, okay.
Speaker.
I see there's too many hands, and we can't have too many cooks in the kitchen. I see someone.
May I go, Speaker? You mentioned the DA.
There is a hand of Honorable Bosman. Before you proceed, Honorable Allen. Honorable Bosman, is that a point of order, sir?
Yes, Speaker. I just wanted to ask a point of clarity. I'm not sure I heard the Chief Whip of the opposition. Was she objecting to this House condemning murders in Khayelitsha?
Let me, for the record, indicate that when I asked on a number of occasions, Honorable Bosman, to the Honorable the Chief Whip of the opposition, the nature of her objection, she said on record she objects to the motion. Now, let me proceed. I'm only the presiding officer, and I deal with the rules. I'm not part of your debate, so let me move to the next speaker, and that is Honorable Allen.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance without notice that this House notes that the Western Cape government engages its faith-based organization network to work with faith-based leaders in the province during the COVID-19 pandemic. Notes that the interministerial team led by Minister Ivan Meyer, Minister Shana Fernandez and Minister Anru Mare, and extends its gratitude to the provincial ministers and the faith-based leaders for their ongoing vital joint efforts in alleviating the impact of the pandemic in the Western Cape. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Allen. Honorable members, I now recognize Thank you. I see my table staff is wide awake. Even dinner time, yeah, wide awake. Thank you. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections. Are there any objections to the motion itself? No objections. Motion agreed to. Honorable Heron?
Yes, Speaker.
Do you have a motion, Honorable Heron?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Thank you. To the DA? ACTP? DA again?
Speaker, I'm covered. Thank you.
Thank you. DA again, ANC, DA
Yes,
again.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
On behalf of the ANC, I move a motion without notice that the House notes and calls for the Provincial MEC of Economic Development and Tourism, David Mania, in his engagement with industry to call out the 8 non-cooperating companies in the Western Cape that have been reported by UIF Commissioner on the 12th of May 2021 to the Standing Committee of Finance, Economic Development and Tourism in the meeting of the UIFTS disbursement and challenges thereof. He must further encourage these companies to do their civil duty and corporate obligations outlined in the King 4 Codes of Good Practice by cooperating with UIF and Department of Labor regarding government funds transferred to them to allocate to their workers in the spirit of transparency and measure of good ethical corporate citizen. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Nkondlo. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objection. Is that an objection? No objection.
No objections. Indicated agree.
Thank you very much. I won't ask further questions. Let us now move to the next motion by FF Plus. Honorable Mare.
Thank you, Speaker. I move without notice that in the light that the Western Cape government's decision to procure its own vaccines, the Freedom Front Plus requests that this House should consider that persons living with comorbidities be given the choice of vaccines as recommended by their doctors instead of being forced to take a specific vaccine. Different vaccines have different efficacy rates and side effects, which could negatively affect the person's long-term health conditions, with consequent adverse legal implications for this province. This request is in keeping with the Gauteng High Court judgment Afriforum versus SAPRA regarding the request for ivermectin and the rights of patients to choose to use it. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Mare. Order, Honorable members, order. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection.
Yes.
No objection has been noted, and the motion will be recorded in the order paper.
Chairman, can I ask who objected?
The DA. The ANC.
And the DA.
And the DA.
Ah, wonderful.
The DA first. Both your friends objected, Honorable Mare.
Yeah. The public will give their answer in October.
Thank you, Honorable Mare. Honorable members, I now recognize the DA. None. Al-Jamar.
I'm covered, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, that concludes the motions without notice. The honorable members, the Secretary will read the first order of the day. Mr. Secretary.
Consideration and finalization of the Western Cape 19th Gambling and Racing Amendment Bill B1 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Honorable members, I recognize the Honorable Minister. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I wish to introduce the bill and to which obviously regulators matters relating to the industry for obviously consideration by the House.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Menia. Honorable members, in the light of the fact that there is no speakers list, I will now afford an opportunity for the parties to speak for a maximum of 3 minutes each. I recognize the ANC.
Ngosi Samlong. I wish to reiterate the stance of the ANC on this bill as shared by my colleague at the last sitting. In principle, the ANC supports the objectives of the bill as it seeks to that the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board has an independent source of income, and to ensure that the regulator is self-sufficient and that gambling was regulated appropriately. Section 44, subsection 3 is amended to provide for certain fees to be paid to the board instead of being paid into the Provincial Revenue Fund. Furthermore, the bill makes provision in Section 44 for casino operator fees to be payable to the board by holders of casino operating licenses. The amounts payable in terms of Section 44C for the limited gambling machine operator fees, as well as the casino operator fees payable in terms of Section 44D of the amendment bill, fail to take into consideration the impact of COVID-19 on casinos and how their revenue generation ability has been affected. The representatives from the industry have raised this point sharply during the public hearings that further increases in cost would be disastrous for the industry and carried the real risk of closure and job losses. For instance, the limited gambling machine operator fee, where the number of limited gambling machines does not exceed 500 machines per operator, is 1.9 million per annum for a period of 10 years. The casino operator fee, where the original value of the casino development did not exceed 175 million, is 2.8 million per annum. This may negatively impact on transformation in the gambling industry, and these fees may entrench monopolies and create higher barriers to entry in the industry and lead to fewer historically disadvantaged individuals being able to participate in the gambling industry. While we support the financial independence of the board and for it to be able to be self-sufficient, we reiterate and re-emphasize that we are not oblivious to the exorbitant fees that may hinder transformation and entrench monopolies in the industry. We will hold the board accountable on how it will address these concerns and continuously engage the industry to find solutions to this challenge. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nkondlo. Honorable members, I recognize the Good Party.
Thank you, Speaker. We have no declaration on this.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. I recognize the ACTP.
Speaker, no comment on this. No declaration.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. I now recognize the FF Plus.
I have no declaration to make, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Murray. Al-Jamal, Honorable Frankes.
Thank you, Speaker. We have no declaration. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Frankes. The DA.
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable Speaker, fellow South Africans, the Committee on Finance, Economic Opportunities and Tourism considered the Western Cape 19th Gambling and Racing Amendment Bill B1 2020. The committee unanimously supported the bill, reporting no objections and without amendments. The amendment bill aims to amend the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Act 1996 as to provide that certain fees are to be paid to the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board instead of into the Provincial Revenue Fund, to provide for casino operator fees, to amend the provisions of Schedule 2 relating to limited gambling machine operator fees, and to provide for matters incidental thereto. The committee received comprehensive submissions from the respective industry who represent most, if not all, of the relevant stakeholders affected by this amendment bill as part of its public participation process. Further, the committee went above and beyond in order to ensuring due diligence and that members are able to apply their minds to the content of the legislation. In this regard, I would like to thank the parliamentary and departmental officials for assisting us throughout this process and for providing guidance and advice to the committee. We would further like to call upon the national government to ensure that they open the market, given that this is a national mandate and that this does not only go to big business, but also small businesses and entrepreneurs. Further, Speaker, in terms of the casino return on investment and revenue and income, currently these casinos make the most return regarding the income in the Western Cape, and they have a severe negative impact on the social fabric of our society. And thus, given the amounts that are proposed by this bill, I would like to request that the House supports this, as the industry should pay for its own regulation instead of pushing that burden onto the people of the Western Cape.
Thank you, Honorable Bartman. Honorable members, I recognize the Honorable Minister. Honourable Romania.
Thank you, Speaker. I recommend that the Western Cape 19th Gambling, Racing and Racing Amendment Bill, Bill 1 of 2020, be finalised.
Thank you, Honourable Romania. Honourable members, for the record, I have to announce that there are currently 34 members present in the House, and that's 20 from the TA, 10 ANC, 1 Good Party, 1 ACTP, 1 FF Plus, and 1 Al-Jamar, FF Plus absent. To the honourable members, are there any objections to the motion, to the approval of the principle and finalisation of the bill?
No.
Speaker, I abstain. The ACDP abstain.
No objections.
No objections.
I abstain. Freedom Front.
Speaker Al-Jamar abstains.
Thank you, honourable members. Noting that there are no objections, I want to put the question. Those in favour of the question being adopted, please say yes.
Yes.
Those in favour of the question being approved, please say no. Thank you, honourable
Speaker, the
members.
ACDP abstain.
The ayes have it, and the question is approved. Thank you. Now we're moving. The secretary will read the second order of the day. Honourable members, order. The secretary will read the bill.
Western Cape 19th Gambling and Racing Amendment Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The bill will be sent to the Premier for assent. And the Secretary will read the second order.
Consideration and finalization of the Western Cape Land Use Planning Amendment Bill B6 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Honourable members, I recognize the Honourable Minister. Honourable Bredan.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members of the legislature, ladies and gentlemen, I rise to table the Western Cape Land Use Planning Amendment Bill, Bill 6, B6 of 2020 for consideration by the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, in the absence of the speakers list, I will afford an opportunity to all the parties represented in the House to have an opportunity for 3 minutes to speak on the matter. I recognize the ANC.
Speaker, thanks. Speaker, can you hear me? Speaker?
You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, with this bill, the department's inept handling of complex laws and regulations are showing like the proverbial old petticoat under a pretty girl's new dress. LUPA is new legislation drafted in the past few years after decades of old order mixed match laws. One would expect of officials to grab this opportunity to set a lot of old and redundant red tape. The department did not fully use this chance to renew the whole process and many rules. Instead, it now wants to add technical changes to speed up planning, permissions, and bureaucracy. The ink on the printed LUPA is barely dry, or the officials bring back to be updated. And what must be done? The officials want things to proceed faster. In order to make things more faster, not only ordinary small mail must be accepted against signature, but email should also be accepted. It is suspicious if snail mail is all of a sudden fine for official use. If only a few months ago it was not, and the new technology has proven itself yet. Email has been with us for many years. Now, and even an e-governance service is rendered by and for government. But now, after the fact, it's a mere afterthought. It is not good enough anymore. Is it any wonder that some residents out there are suspicious that this move is aimed at keeping poor people without flashy electronic equipment out of the line? The ANC says go check the whole law and then bring back all amendments at once, rather than to run to the legislature with a variety of small piecemeal changes. The ANC declared to abstain from this vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Maran. Honourable members, I recognize The Good Party.
Speaker, we support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. I now recognize the ACDP.
Speaker, no comment.
I thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable members, FF Plus.
I abstain.
Thank you, Honorable Mare. Al-Jamal.
President.
Thank you, Speaker. Al-Jamaa abstains.
I couldn't hear, President. Yes.
What president is that now in our meeting?
Please mute everyone. Thank you. Al-Jamal.
Thank you, Speaker. I already stated Al-Jamaa abstains. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Brancase. The DA.
Honorable Speaker, George Bernard Shaw once said, the single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place. In terms of the Western Cape's Land Use Planning Act, often called LUPA, municipalities need to inform and allow affected landowners to comment on land use applications that may affect their rights. To be more specific, Section 44.2 of LUPA currently requires municipalities to serve notices in line with Section 115 of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act, Act 32 of 2000. The Systems Act, a national act, however, is outdated in this respect and limits the options available to municipalities by which potentially affected landowners may be informed of applications which may inform them. Traditionally, local governments use the option of registered or certified mail through the post office as the preferred communication method with landowners. The options available under the Systems Act exclude modern communication methods such as emails. The closure of post offices during the Level 5 lockdown and previous strikes by post office workers brought developments of properties that required rezoning applications to temporary standstills. The problems with and the backlogs experienced by the post office are well documented, although the ANC seems to deny this. The committee have seen the incredibly long queues at our post offices. It has also been found that the majority of intended recipients no longer collect registered or certified mail addressed to them from the post office. The committee has been assured by our legal advisor that municipalities are bound by the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act to communicate clearly and effectively in such applications. Many property owners have already switched to email for their monthly municipal statements, and the trend is continuing. There are therefore cheaper but particularly better communication options available in order to inform landowners of such applications. The committee gave its members extra time to consult and to study and to consult with their respective caucuses. It is therefore a pity that the ANC at the last meeting of the committee did not see it fit to support the bill, as was confirmed today. Despite this, a majority of the members of the Standing Committee resolved to support the bill, Bill B6 of 2020. We recommend to the House to follow suit. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable van der Westhuizen, the committee chair. I recognize the Honorable Minister.
Honourable Speaker, I ask that the House finalise the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, that concludes the debate on the consideration of the principle of this bill. We have the same quorum as the previous bill. Are there any objections to the approval of the principle and finalization of the bill?
No.
No, okay, thank you. No objections, agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill.
Western Cape Land Use Planning Amendment Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Honorable members, the bill will be sent to the Premier for assent. Honorable members, do you want any other order? No.
No,
Yes.
thanks.
Thank you very much, honorable members. It's been a very fruitful and productive day of the sitting, and that concludes the business of the day. The secretary will now end the session. Thank you very much to all the honorable members virtually and the honorable members that are here with me. And thank you for sticking with me throughout this day. I'm impressed, Honorable Premier, Honorable Bredel, Honorable Simas, and Honorable Van der Westhuizen. You didn't leave me alone here. And also I thank Honorable Said for joining us during the sessions. That concludes the business of the day.